All right, thank you everybody for coming out today. With that, we will call to order at 9:35 a.m. For some quick opening remarks, I just want to say thank you everybody for coming out today. It's obviously been a very tough year for the party, but I hope that we can move past the challenges that we've had and get towards the productive year, start building our party up and putting our members' opportunities together for work towards political action, activism, and more. So I'll keep that short, and if you're ready for it, I would invite Mr. Jeff Tell to come on stage for a credential report.
Good morning, everyone. Great to see everybody. Glad you're not today. So at present at 9:35, we have 42 credential delegates. So that would result in the majority being 22, 2/3 being 28, and 7/8 is 37. So 42, 22, 28, 37. Talk to you later.
We yeah. All right. So thank you, Mr. Patel, for the credential report. If we can have a quick vote to approve the report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say nay. The credential report is adopted. Hopefully everyone has received a copy of today's convention packet and agenda. So our next item of business is to approve the agenda. I'll do a quick overview through that, and then we will open for any amendments or adoption. So, as on the agenda, call to order planned for 9:30 with opening remarks, followed by a credential report, approval of agenda, adoption of convention rules, and approval of previous minutes. Once those items are completed, moving into today's main business with our bylaws committee report, and we go from 10 until about noon, and beginning our officer elections prior to lunch. Over lunch, we'll have several speakers involving candidate training, activism, and more. And after we complete lunch, we will reconvene at 2 p.m. and complete our remaining officer elections before going into our platform committee report, the investigatory committee report, on to open floor, closing remarks, and adjourn. So, if anyone has any proposals for amendments to the agenda, please come up on the microphones.
And yeah, that's great, sir. I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. We have a motion to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. All right, the agenda is approved. Thank you very much, everyone. Next up for the agenda is the consideration for adoption of convention rules. I'll also go through these quickly. Rule number 1, the credentials committee shall report the number of delegates registered as done, and we'll give a supplementary report at the beginning of each session that business continues, so I'll be constitute after lunch. To facilitate the identification of the assembly hall, we ask all delegates to wear the badge that was issued by the credentialing team. Number 3, the recording secretary has the right to require that any motions, resolutions, reports, or other material for the record be submitted in writing and to be delivered to him on stage upon request. That can be done electronically, printed, or handwritten when it is needed. Rule number 4, the success or failure of any motion will be based on the number of delegates present and voting on that question. Number 5, according to our bylaws, the majority shall rule the convention except for the platform resolutions of the party or party 2/3 will vote in the conference, or otherwise at the appropriate time. Number 6, no member may speak in debate more than once on the same question, the same day, or longer than 2 minutes without permission of the convention to be granted by a 2/3 vote. Division of the House, an exception to the decision of the chair, any voice vote shall require 10 members to stand to call for that division. So, as we did some voice votes earlier, if anyone thinks that I have called the outcome incorrectly, would ask to stand and voice the objection and ask others to do the same. Rule number 8, the platform committee chair, bylaws committee chair, and any other committee chairs that are issuing reports to the convention for proposed amendments shall chair those sections of the business. Number 10, the rules contained in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order will govern the convention in all cases to which they apply, unless such rule conflicts with the bylaws of the Libertarian Party of Michigan or these convention rules. 11, the convention will adjourn as provided by the agenda unless 2/3 of the membership chooses to extend business. Lastly, Rule 12, applying to the nomination of party officers. Officers shall be chosen by majority vote. Time of voting, if no candidate has a majority, we will drop the lowest vote-getting candidate and have a new vote. All votes shall include none of the above. And if you vote for none of the above, you may not vote for any additional candidates. Votes cast for none of the above shall be considered valid. Candidates for party office may self-nominate or be nominated by another. Each nominee for party office shall be allowed up to 5 minutes for nominating and seconding speeches. And a nominating speech may also be given on behalf of none of the above. Mr. DePalmasino, you are next.
Honored Palmasino, delegate of Oakland County, Mr. Chair, inadvertently skipped Rule 9.
Thank you. The Rule 9, Committee Report of the Platform and Bylaws Committee, is submitted to the Secretary for the permanent record. Committee chairs shall present the individual committee proposals to the convention for consideration, which shall be considered automatically moved.
Secondly, I'd like to propose an additional rule, rule number 13.
Okay.
The platform report shall be considered without amendments or debate.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have a second for the proposed? I hear a second. So I will open the floor to debate of the question. Mr. Napolitano, would you like to start by speaking for your vote?
So I am the platform committee chair. We of course have 12 proposals to consider in 30 minutes. And when we consider further that the platform report considerations at the March 22nd, or excuse me, March 2022 convention was sabotaged and cut short, I would very much like to clear a platform committee report. We have some great goals, in my opinion, and I think all of them should be heard and added to the platform if one so chooses.
Thank you very much. Do we have any others that would wish to speak regarding Mr. Napolitano's motion? Mr. Rowan, you're
Yeah, Scotty Bowman from Wayne County. I oppose this motion on the basis that there may be important aspects of platform proposals that are not visible on the face, and that debate enables people to see, maybe perhaps reasons not even include one in which they agree, simply because, but for other reasons that may affect people's decisions. So for that reason, I believe we should at minimum conclude the debate on the platform proposals. And after a motion, to amend this proposal to include the removal of amendment from the process, but to at least include the debate.
Do we have a second for Mr. Rowan's proposal? All right, the motion is seconded. So we will now open the floor for discussion of the amendment to allow debate but not amendment of the platform.
So in the interest of being conscious of the time my comments are talking about, I'd like to amend to include 1 minute forward and 1 minute so if someone gets an opportunity for each.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have the further amendment seconded. Ms. Roman, you should speak on the amendment to your motion.
The request for information, is this meant to imply, I think it's really vendor, is this intended to imply 1 minute total for the plank or 1 minute for the person?
You guys try to speak in the microphone.
So that, the idea is that some, we can basically give someone who's forward and each opportunity to speak more. So there is a debate that we're looking at.
As I understand, the proposal is to allow a total, any number of speakers of 1 minute for and 1 minute against each platform proposal. So, is there any further discussion on this question?
Call the question as the amendment.
I would ask for calling question, if there are other speakers at the microphone, to please come to the microphone and speak. I'm not sure if Mr. Pagino is in line.
Speaking against the whole amendments here is 30 minutes to do 12 proposals would be extraordinarily difficult in any debate, even as little as 1 minute more and 1 minute against. We are, again, 12 proposals in 30 minutes. In fact, during the voting and the reading of each of the proposals, that time will be used to the max. And that is if we don't then be at a later.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, I will call the question amendment. So that will bring us to a vote. We are two levels deep into amendments here. So our first question will be to amend the amendment to consider only 1 minute of debate for and against the proposal. After this, we would vote one more time whether to adopt the overall amendment and then the overall vote. So all those in favor of amending the amendment for a total of 1 minute debate for and against, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. I believe the names have it on that last amendment. So we're now to the level of Mr. Bowman's original amendment to enable debate on platform proposals. If there is any further debate, I want to hear it, or if not, I will move this to a vote on it. Not hearing any further discussion, this is now to amend the rule proposal to enable debate only. All those in favor of only the original proposal, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
All right, the nays have it, so we're now back to the original question proposal to add Rule 13 to restrict any debates or amendments to platform proposals. All those in favor of adopting Rule 14 to our convention rules, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
That was rather close. I'd ask if you could do a second vote, please. All those in favor of adopting Rule 14, please say aye. Okay, you're seated. And all those opposed. The ayes have it. So we will consider for the overall adoption of order conditioning of Rule 13. We debate for okay, so with that, do we have any further discussion of the overall rules for adoption? Not a yes.
I propose adding an item G, Rule 12, that will simply say, the election of all officers shall be by the secret ballot.
Is your intent to include the prisoner policies?
I will, amend your suggestion, and then my proposal will be item G, that election for all statewide offices.
Okay, we have a second. There's no debate, it will be a vote. All in favor of statewide officer being done as your
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yay.
We believe the ayes have it. All right, if we have no further rules amendments proposed, we will move to a vote for adoption of our overall individual rules, including the two amended. So, would all those in favor of adoption of the individual rules, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say aye. Thank you very much, everyone. The individual rules are adopted. All right. So, with that, we get to the sixth item on our agenda today. We are back on schedule for March 3rd. The recommendation to our secretary to England to present our July 2022 Kenneth Notley convention and our special convention that occurred on the 1st.
All right. The July 9th, 2022 convention, as shown on the screen. All order title one by Andrew. Opening remarks and credentials. During approval of the agenda, there was an amendment by substitution. Ruled out of order. That ruling was overruled by members present. And by standing vote, Director Goldberg as convention chair. The motion to adopt by substitution, an alternate agenda submitted by this was approved as proposed. The convention rules were adopted as proposed. The June 2021 convention minutes were approved without opposition. As were the March 13th, 2022 minutes, so there was 2 minutes at that point. Following that, there was an election of the first vice chair. At that time,
Should we put an order or anything?
I'd like to make a motion, if that's okay.
We can get
Waive
through
the reading of the minutes.
Second.
I believe everyone's got the copy of the convention packets. The motion proposed and seconded to waive the minutes. All those in favor of bypassing the reading, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please say
Nay.
nay. Okay. The motion passes to waive the reading.
Move to approve.
That would be helpful. Didn't have fire policy, delegate. As we all know, some of the matters that happened at the July 2022 candidate nominating convention were ruled out of order in violation of our bylaws because of various judicial committee happenings. I would like to move that we strike from the minutes I have them written down, Mr. Secretary, it's line 17 to 31. Those would be on the first page.
If I may, I believe the appropriate order would be to add an notation, essentially a footnote, with those items. I think it's still appropriate to keep those items in there. I'm not sure if it's longer.
That is what striking is.
Okay.
Slide 17 through
31. Then lines 56 and 65, which dealt with the election for first vice chair. And that's as far as I got before we, good, but any reference to any election, at, officer election at the 2022 candidate nomination. I'll second that.
All right, we have a second motion. Slowly,
First, I would like to make do a request for information. I think it needs to be made clear. So Connor, are you proposing that any copies of those minutes read moving forward will not include that content, or will simply include content indicating that those parts of that will allow? Thank you.
So,
And my apologies. It's, the intent of my motion was also the motion of no confidence. That's not as well.
okay. So, I think in broad terms, the proposal is to add documentation that items that are rules and grounds that the issue committee provide such in the convention minutes. The general accurate reflection of the proposal. All right. If we do not have any further discussion of the proposal, we'll move to the vote matter. All those in favor of documentation items will be valid by the convention committee, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say nay. Nay. I believe the ayes have it. All right. Is there any further considerations regarding the adoption of the July 2022 convention minutes?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to advise for a personal privilege. If anybody has a Wi-Fi password they're willing to share, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. So, not hearing any further discussions, I will call for a vote on the adoption of our 2022 July minutes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Thank you very much. The minutes are approved. So, with that, we will move on to consideration of our April 1st, 2023 special convention that those amendments are so those minutes are available also in the convention packet. And I would ask for any proposed amendments or corrections to the moment during these. Can anyone confirm that minutes would have been
I believe they have that.
all right, in that case, I would ask the secretary to form a reading of the minutes of the policy meeting at our closed public
I guess. This again.
Thank you. Okay. Are the screens still on for everybody?
It's 2 minutes.
Yeah, all right. Okay. Of course, call order. This is the April 1st, 2023 special convention. Rental report, approval of the agenda, adopted as proposed, rules adopted as proposed, and justificatory committee was formed. The approval of the commission body, motion for resolution
failed and updated. A motion of no confidence was held against Stephen Fetterman. This one failed. Vote. Guest speaker, Stephen Morber. At that point, later. Officer elections for first vice chair and second. Second vice chair as well. The first vice chair elected. First step, second vice chair. Treasurer, elected. Congressional district boxes, we held 2, 6, 8, 13, it was all shown with the screen. 14, 14. Ron Zimmerman, behind my vote, also spoke. That was Mr. Carmen Tomasino, the closing ceremony that is on the phone by
Alright, thank you very much. We had proposed amendments or corrections to those minutes. Okay, hearing none, I will look forward to a vote. All those in favor of adoption of the special session minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Okay, so with that, that'll bring us to our first main item of business today, which is our bylaws committee report. I'm going to invite our bylaws committee chair to the podium to lead the discussion. Up to the stage is Mr. Josh Yamama.
Yeah.
I apologize, I mispronounced the name. Mr. Josh Yamama, who is our bylaws committee chair.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if you got a chance to look over the proposals, but I think we put together a good package. The language we used included certain compromises on certain conflicts that happened over the last year. Some of the proposals are given as multiple options where you're supposed to pick one of 3 or one of 2 different options. For example, 6.3, there's 3 different proposals for 6.3, and one of them is to adopt language for 35% of membership for a petition threshold. And the 2 other ones don't include that language, so some people have been coming up to me and saying, hey, it's missing that language here. But there's 3 different proposals, so I just want to draw your attention to that. All the proposals seem correct at this time, so I suppose whoever's running the teleprompters or whatever, we should get to the first one. Thank you. So the first proposal is actually a little different. It's sort of meta. It means that whoever's putting these bylaws that are voted on, whoever's putting them into the bylaws officially, is authorized to correct certain technical mistakes. One of the mistakes that we envisioned being corrected by this was a place in the bylaws that has open square bracket, and there is no closing square bracket anymore. It's just a bracket hanging out by itself. That should be able to be deleted. And so that's one of the reasons why we included this resolution. So it's my understanding these resolutions are, they're motions, they're considered to be seconded automatically. And so we're allowing discussion of the motions. Is anyone interested in discussing the entire resolution?
Mr. Chair,
Full resolution says, resolved that the committee or officer designated to prepare the true copy of this bylaw is as amended at this meeting.
be authorized to correct article and section designations, spelling, punctuation, and cross-referencing. To make other technical and conforming changes as may be necessary to reflect the intent of this meeting in connection with these proposed bylaw amendments.
Mr. Chair, I call the question.
Second.
So we'll go to a vote now on Tyler's resolution. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. That carries. Thank you. The next resolution, the next proposal is to add 8.2. There is no 8.2 already. There's just 8. It's just one thing. So this would be adding a second. And we're doing this, this proposal was proposed to codify an existing practice, which is the party has been granting like memberships and honoring them. We just think it should go into the bylaws. Is there any discussion on this now? All right, recognize Jeff.
Chuck Salma, Chief Chair of the resolution, my fellow colleagues know how to work with the state. The party shall purchase instead of may apply to the receipt.
Second.
Motion's on the floor to amend this language to replace the word may with shall. In 8.2. Any discussion on that?
Aye. Lovely.
Hi, Tommy Rathman, delegate for Wayne County. Discussion on the motion. I would oppose changing the word to shall, mainly because we don't know the dynamic of the party 5, 10, maybe even 2 years from now, that offering a lifetime membership may not be the best path forward later on. Now, I would be in favor of retroactively resetting lifetime memberships that are granted should this pass, but mandate that the party always offer a lifetime membership option, especially if the finances can change, I believe would be constraining the party in a certain way. So I'm against changing the word may to shall.
Thank you. We have someone else speak. Ryan.
Ryan Brennan, delegate for Wayne County. I'd like to call a question.
Thank you. So we're going to vote now on that amendment to change the word may to shall in 8.2. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay.
No.
That was very close. Can we have people vote again this time stand? And they say aye. For those in favor, please stand. The amendment. I'm sorry. The amendment. Change may to shall. Thank you. Thank you. And all those against, please stand. Well, nays have it, clearly. So, that amendment is not carried. Now we're to vote on adding 8.2. The party may offer life membership shall convey the same rights and privileges to any annual member who is different. All previously issued life memberships shall be honored in the same manner. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. Carried. That's adopted. Our next item on the agenda here is to create 3.15. You have something to say for it?
First, point of procedure. If you don't need to call the question, you recognize. If you do call the question, you need to vote whether or not
learning every day how to do this better. But if no one objects, and wants to go redo what just happened, then we'll just continue. Okay. Does somebody have a question? So the next item on the agenda here is to create a 3.15, and the rationale was to remove ambiguity with respect to rights of people to resign. And this makes resignations upon delivery automatic. Any discussion on that one?
Yes, Mr. Chair, please.
Should I read every time?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So the new total language would be the 3.15, which is a new item. It says resignations must be delivered in writing. They shall be considered accepted immediately upon delivery, or at a meeting of the executive committee. So, hearing no discussion, all those in favor of this proposal say aye. Aye. And all those against say no. Carries. Our next proposal is regarding 3.10 and 3.11. And there's two of these. The next one is rather long, this one's not. So the rationale for this is to make the removal from the board automatic for officers that are not regularly attending meetings. So if they miss 3 meetings, they're just automatically out. Doesn't have to take any more than that. So it changes some of the language around, but not much. It moves a part of 3.10 to create a new 3.11. And it's similar language to what's. So the final language is that for 3.10, a member of the executive committee who fails to perform his or her fiduciary duties may be removed from the executive committee. The vote of the meeting, the executive committee with a majority vote, a convention following motion to vote of no confidence. All executive committee members must be notified of the intent to remove the exclusive days prior to the meeting. The congressional representative may be replaced by a majority vote. The congressional chair is so removed. The first vice chair will assume first. So assume the chair and new first vice chair elected. Congressional district representative resigns or so removed as chair. The committee must replace him with a person residing in the same congressional district who shall serve until the next convention, at which time the caucus for that congressional district shall select replacements for the balance of the term. And the new 3.11 says, if a member of the executive committee misses 3 executive meetings of the executive committee, the position on the executive committee will be automatically. So that last part is the major part of the change, automatically. Is there any discussion on this?
I'd like to amend to add the word regular or reduce, so this is
Motion to amend is to add the language regular to the word meeting, to a regular meeting. And what line is that? Line.
311.
Oh. Misses 3 consecutive regular meetings.
That's right.
Okay, and it's been seconded. Any discussion on that? All those in favor of adding the word regular to the 311 before the word meetings, say aye. Aye. And all those against, say nay. Carries. The new 311 now says if a member of the executive committee misses 3 consecutive regular meetings with the executive committee, their position on the executive committee shall be automatically. Any further discussion? Got it?
Yeah, it's a request for information, and That's a really shoot. But it looks as if there's a duplication at page 27. I looked at the presentation of the 3.11 because it places I cannot find.
Well, there is two different places, but one is for the changes section and one is for the new total language section. So that's why, yeah, there's one. And there's a little formatting here, with the paragraph not coming down, but seems correct. All those in favor of this proposal, say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. All right, that carries. So the next one is rather long because it has three variants of a new 311. So to make this simpler, what is proposed here is that for all three options, a significant amount is struck from the 3.10. I should say the rationale for this one is to remove an ambiguity on how to fill vacancies on the board and in the case of the vacancy of the chair, which of course happened in the last year or so, but there was a lot of disagreement on what should happen, how it should happen. The best way forward is for members to choose in a convention, so that's what we're going to do here today. And the three different options, I'm just going to read them and see if I can simplify. Well, yes. First off, there's a striking of a large portion of 3.10, and that is to get rid of the language for the existing procedure on how somebody would have sent a chair. And the new 3.11s are three different options, one of which is if you want both vice chairs to automatically ascend, with the first being, first and the second being second place for that. The next option is for only the first vice chair to auto ascend. And the rationale for that is that the second vice chair is, I think, political director, was it? And so to keep that person in their role and not have people changing roles like that, the first vice chair would only auto ascend. And then this third option is that nobody would auto ascend. Including the chair, this position would be appointed by the LEC. So our committee thought that members would like one of these proposals. And if one of these proposals is adopted, there is another optional proposal right after that, which we will get to. But for right now, we should go through the three proposals in order and just decide which one you like, if you like any of them at all. So we're going to be voting on A, both vice chair automatically succeed in chair.
As a point of information, to summarize the results, I would also add that the lack of auto ascension in any of the examples does not mean that you're stuck chairless at the instant someone resigns until there is a future meeting, that there's still laws in there regarding the person taking on the duties of the chair's absence. That will still be effect.
Yes. So the language is comprehensive.
First, point of problem procedure, that was not included information. That was argued. My second item is a request for information. As our bylaws indicate that we shall hold that convention, we have three proposals, and none of them received the majority of the vote. What is the procedure thereafter?
I think just none of them are adopted, and we carry on to the next proposal. I'm not an expert, but I think that's it. All right, go ahead.
So, are we gonna let it Interjected, I'd like to make that's a point of information. I think Scotty alluded to and mentioned about the consideration that I would say that all three of the proposals have a common element that was not mentioned in the description. I think in full detail that essentially the proposals are all three making a simplification of the process for the vacancy. And that anytime the vacancy is occurring, it provides a consideration for additional vacancy. And then in terms of which that may be considered by following convention. So I think that would conclude my point of information. I would have maybe a proposal and discussion for addressing the concern that Mr. Fuller raises. I think the good approach would be to encourage some initial discussion before we move towards voting on one of the proposals. And I think without the discussion that members could motion to consider either one of those proposals first if there is one popular.
Yes, I encourage discussion on these matters, and particularly this, our committee expected this to take the most time, this particular proposal. So if anyone has any thoughts, please share them.
I would move to, go to discuss and vote on proposal C first. No August.
A motion is on the floor. Is there a second? Been seconded to vote on option C first. Discussion?
Interjected between one. I would generally speak against proposal C. My consideration for this is that in the event of a vacancy in the chair, I think it is most valuable that additionally with the other clarifications that are part of this amendment that it would give our delegates and convention a clear picture of the ascension procedure within these three items. And I think we would be better served as a party that the chair is elected, and in the case of that chair not being in their term for any reason, that the delegates would have their say in the previous convention who they would like to be essentially second in command. So I don't have a strong opinion between the other three proposals, but I think that it would be in the best interest of the party that the convention does choose who would take over as at least the first line and have the vacancy to the chair. So very consider each proposal here.
Procedure, current motion on the floor, whether or not we consider Part C separately, not whether or not we adopt this. Letter C. Which public school, not
Go ahead.
Hi, I'll be back with Wayne County. I would oppose C. You know, there's a line of ascension, pretty much everything. Some counts the president of the United States, the meeting takes over, the speaker, the person, and you got the whole, cabinet, right? So it's not at that position being looked at, but it would be different for the party. So I would oppose C.
Point of order. Did the body vote that we would be now considering proposal C includes case based on objection?
Well, as Jen Fulmer mentioned, the proposal, the motion on the floor is to consider option C separately at this time,
That's correct.
which means that we would not be voting on option C yet. Is that your point? Did I answer your question?
Yes, and just because the points being made seem to be something about it. Then I will be arguing in favor of voting on option C.
because I believe it is an option that would probably be most favor with the body, and if it isn't, I think it's still the body.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to vote on option C separately now.
Yeah, person covered.
So again, the motion on the floor is to vote on option C separately at this time. But not necessarily to adopt. So just so that's clear. All those in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay.
Nay.
The ayes take it. And now, does anyone have any further discussion on option C, although we've heard some already?
Yes, I stand to speak in favor of option C. And the basis is that even though it does take away from time and other business to have an election for filling vacancies, it is necessary for party cohesion for us to do that. That the effectiveness of the organization doesn't just depend on not spending time doing stuff. It also depends on making the membership happy. And if we go to it, if there is a convention that is already scheduled, which is what options calls for, there's already a scheduled convention following vacancies occurring, and there is sufficient notice, which was a big issue on a previous occasion. But that was also stated in this bylaw that if there is sufficient notice of an upcoming convention, I think the membership will feel cheated if they don't have a chance to vote on filling those vacancies. And there's still, because there is bylaw does include the ability of vice chairs to take on duties of the missing person, be it the second or first, that part is still covered. So we're not losing the ability of somebody to take on the role of chairpersonship during that time. So that is my main argument. And I think that point is already proven by fact and history. That denying membership a chance to fill vacancies at a convention that are going to be at anyway is divisive and will make people be unhappy, and allowing it will make them happy.
If you were next.
Thank you. So to elaborate and kind of contemplate the previous question, I think I would first try to give a clarification, not make a distinction between the qualities. So the other language included in these comments is stating that in the event of a vacancy occur, that immediate actions for the board refers to appoint their replacement vacancy. And then for the general case of any vacancies, that those vacancies will be brought to the question at next week. So I think the core element that the running for previously is adopted on previous considerations. So the reason that I do not favor proposal C is that I think the consideration for the chair is a unique one, and that essentially we would not be depriving the convention of the ability to speak on their chair and the changes that occurs. If we do adopt any of these proposals today, we will move into our officer elections later today, get understanding of which succession mechanisms we should decide on. And I would argue that it's not necessarily the fact that an election is deprived, but it's that there was only agreement on the mechanism by which such a vacancy will be handled that led to the disputes in the party. So I think that in order to keep our focus outside of our normal election measures on the other political activities that we focus on, particularly in the case with candidate nominations, I would like to often as possible, our full focus is focused on those political candidates. And I think that bringing the question to chair, would line that may address the longer direction of the party is not necessarily serve the best interests. And I think we can improve that consideration by considering either of the other goals that are here with this. And the main distinction in those cases being that the elections we made today, we understood the chair to above. And the main distinction then being the favor use proposed that instead of having a vote chair as convention, the delegation will be able to consider the vacancy of the officer that will come from the first or second vice chair. So we would then not be having a lot of those people to hold out to be succeeding on. And the same potential state elections will be considered adopted.
Thank you. Who's next?
Honored Fontino delegate, open comment. It's Mr. Bowman's point. The language in proposal C here actually does not correct the issues that happened in the lead up to the July convention last year, as it says, in the way that it says. This proposal says the term of each will be until the next convention, having sufficient notice for adding the election to the agenda. This last year, Mr. Yao was resigned 23 days before the convention. That would not have been sufficient notice. This proposal does not address that.
I would like to speak in opposition to option C, because I believe the other two options give more of the decision to the delegate body as opposed to the executive committee, and it would better preserve party cohesion if the succession is then decided before the actual resignation.
Thank you.
Yes, Ryan Brandon, County Delegation. I want to say that proceeding with this vote, I would like to see option or path forward that allows for adequate staffing on the LEC so that we can function party while it's protecting the members' rights to choose their representatives. I would say option C is not doing
Thank you. Any more discussion on option C? Hearing none, we'll vote on it. All those in favor of option C, say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. Nay. The nays take it. So, I'm unsure if we should just start on the next one, or should someone have a motion to vote on A or B?
I move that we next keep our discussion to the vote.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on that? So the motion is to discuss option B next. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. Nay. Thank you. So option B is the next item to be discussed. This one is for only the first vice chair office, but not the second.
I'd like to speak in favor of this motion, and similar arguments to what I presented before. I also like to counter argument that by saying the next convention with notice, this would not create any, would not prevent the matter from moving forward to this stage late resignation. What would happen in the case of a late resignation is that then the person appointed by the LEC to fill that vacancy would remain in that vacancy, that office, until the next election convention, for which there was notice. It would be then after the one that would be upcoming, for which there would not be. So the difference between this one and the one that has failed is this one would eliminate auto ascension of the second vice chair, but would still allow for the auto ascension of the first vice chair, which would at least then have created fewer cases where people would have a chance to go out to leadership. It would be true that the chair would no longer be an office to vote on it, filled by the first vice chair. However, we had dual resignations on chair and a first vice chair, which has happened. That then people would be able to vote with sufficient notice, which didn't happen. But if there was sufficient notice, would be able to vote on filling those vacancies at that time. Thank you.
For example, thank you. A couple items I'd like to address first, Scotty, your seemingly primary concern here being that elections should occur in the immediate follow. If any convention immediately follow. I don't believe so. All of the proposals do allow for that. However, last year's situation that was established during the last discussion would not have seen sufficient notice, and there could not have been an election during that convention to make these proposals, which is a notion that I support, because these should not be down to whatever last minute convention body happened to be lined up before that. These regular conventions, such as the one that we're attending now, or the extremely large one in 2021, which elected the officers leading up to the last year's convention, are intended to select that leadership. People come to these conventions know going in that they are here to select leadership. So personally, I prefer proposal A over proposal B or C. Of course, that seems natural that we would want anyone named vice chair in order of succession to be chair. And doing so, as Earl pointed out, does give the convention body and its regular convention maximum control out of any of these proposals to select the leadership succession order. So I oppose proposal B. I support Thank you.
Comments on Oakland County delegate. I do like this, for me, I do like, the ascension of the first chair to first vice chair's, chair, but I don't like the second part. So one thing I don't like, I don't think there should be a vacancy in the second chair. I mean, you leave that open and then you decide in the next convention, you gotta have both chairs available, the vice chair, so that's just how I feel.
Hi, I'm Brad, and first of all, I don't believe the motion was made on the side.
So that would be automatic.
Okay.
There was a vote to select it for discussion.
Yeah, but there was, okay. All right, so we're discussing.
Then the vote on it is just automatic.
Got it, okay, understood. All right, so in that case, I'm going to speak in opposition to choice B. I concur in the view that having, these kind of like snap elections, it's like a parliamentary system in Canada, where at when, you just manually scramble to vote people in, because vote elected, and I like the whole auto ascension thing, where there's a clear line of succession, where if there's a vacancy, there's a clear order of who fills that, and we have our time for our annual elections that take place. I would urge the body not to vote in favor of B.
So Not sure what the public's statement support or not, but as I stated earlier, I generally am hoping that the body, regardless of whether it may or may consider adoption, I hope to ensure that we see at least one proposals passed or at least required to vote. So, to make a couple of comments further, I do want to clarify that all three of these proposals will definitely ensure that we do not have vacancy left on the board under any circumstance. All three of them have additional language, additional to the section considerations that vacancies will be filled immediately by all and the key distinction is what vacancy will be open on. So I think with the consideration of chairs between proposals A and B, the key question is whether all seats will move up or just the first vice chair. So I think there is the logic for consideration of one called vice chair with the Senate. That was the interpretation of the current bylaws for the case of elimination current. However, I also see the merit that there is the case for the second vice chair of the political director, which can be a very purpose-selected role to stay in that role. However, I would additionally add that either of these proposals do have strong provisions that cover the case for you back only the board would absolutely match those positions at their discretion. So, if we did have a case where we heard last year, or full chair for vacant, first vice chair and chair, and second vice chair did not come up, the board would have the discretion to over whoever candidate they wish to fill one of those spots with the vice chair or not coming up the case. So even if there's a and the second vice chair moved up, the second vice chair could set the nomination to be re-elected the second vice chair in that case, and put a vacancy to and as we said, in further language, regardless of the consideration, any vacancy that's filled by the board will stand for election at the next popular election. So I think this proposal serves to more closely mimic some of the language that is considered other cases of vacancies in our article bylaws. I think on the overall statement might be a full day versus Sunday, but I think that if either of these adopted, we will be addressed better in more clear position, and we will have a very clear discussion part of the case. So,
Okay. There's no, okay.
Mr. Chair, under policy of building, Mr. Chair, I believe they proposals at length. I would move that we proceed to vote on motion B. If that motion fails, to immediately proceed to a vote on question
So that motion has been seconded to pose the question and immediately afterwards vote on option A. Discussion on that?
Yes, discussion on that. I believe that there should be some debate on option A. So, while I'm in favor of voting on option B now, I believe it should be then for option A, discuss, and then we will.
Parliamentary procedure, a motion to, or question or debate, table.
Even though it's a multi-part motion?
Correct.
So if, okay. So if that's true, or either way, we're just going to vote now on closing the debate and moving on to vote on option A immediately. That's the vote now. So if you're in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
If you're against it, say nay. That appears to carry. So, Now we'll vote on option B. All those in favor of it, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay.
Nay.
Does not carry. Now to move on. Sorry.
We have a rising vote.
Okay, if you'd like to do a rising vote, so we're going to vote on option B. And
Motion for the meeting will require.
It's a rising vote, not division.
The chair's discretion if you wish to call on that.
well, just to get it over with, if you could just vote one more time by rising to your feet, please. All those in favor of option B, please stand. Thank you. And all those who opposed it, please. By more than 2 to 1, nay state. Now we'll vote on option A, B, for the last motion. All those in favor of option A, the both chairs automatically stand. Say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay.
Nay.
That carries. Thank you. Now that one is chosen and succeeded, now we'll move on to this option D, which was the alternative option. Just want to read it for a second. Yes, so this language is to make it so that any officer appointed to a vacant position simply rides out the rest of their term, which is different than having people vote at the next convention having sufficient notice, yes. So instead of it going to a vote at the next convention, they'll just ride out the term, whatever that term is. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, I would move to vote against this one because this one would, considering the one okay, this is the one that would not have, we would have the LEC build a position. So, until fill the certain full term. Okay, yeah, I would oppose this one because it again denies the delegates at the next regular convention for which there is sufficient notice a chance to vote on those offices that they may in the interim have, and there is an unlikely case of vice chair where there is an implication that the vice chair will handling duties of the chair. Now we're talking about like people like the treasurer, the secretary, and most importantly, the district representatives. So the district representatives, there's a limited number of people there, and the people of the district shall choose their district representative rather than having the LEC pick a district representative for them, and that even though that person would have been in front of the district, members of the district were different than the LEC should be on there. So I definitely would oppose this and urge the delegates to support the alternative, which would be to keep an election of people to those vacancies at the next regular convention, which is the next state convention.
Comments, and also, oh, yeah, Anyway, sorry guys. I think you should keep this because you know what? I'm speaking in terms of a town person. When you get, you take over a chair, you should be able to fill. If you can't obligate yourself to fill a position and do that, then don't waste our time. Sit down and let somebody else take over. I think this is clear and easy enough to understand that if you want to take someone's chair over, you stick it out through the whole term. That's what I believe. Thanks.
Daniel, I want to speak in favor of this, from a practical perspective. I think the election year mentioned has a specific purpose and plan. I think it's better to reserve this election act to others. All the
Entertainment, Pinconning, continuing the pattern of not taking a stand. I would speak a little bit during this moment. I generally, as a kind of headline, that it's the best of these parties who are considering non-standard business on our election year to the greatest extent possible. I don't want those kind of, except for the executive committee decision on that and move forward. On the other hand, this provision will not prevent the following special convention for the purpose of the event that the membership is not happy with the choice of this committee. And that ultimately is an outcome which I want to see. I think that it's the largest waste of our resources and time that has been occurred. So, with consideration of this item, I think the best consideration is that we don't take 5 years to make elections that has generally to have the board that is all elected have the authority to replacements in the case of a vacancy or addition. Would like to get everyone this kind of consideration that various commissions that we don't have cases where we're calling special conventions to interrupt our party strategies with my goals and that we put the most energy for possible for those parties. So with that consideration of this, we think that
Is there any further discussion on this topic? Without any, we'll vote on option B now. Option B, which the new language I'll just read it. The appointed officer shall complete the unexpired term of the position. All those in favor of this, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. We're so close. I might have to. It seemed to me like it was close.
the vote will require 2/3 to pass.
Yeah, so it was too close to pass. Is that where you, yes. Yes, that's true, so it did not carry. So we'll move on to the next, which is to strike language from 3.14. Specifically, it's striking the language that says all appointments must be approved by the executive committee. This is talking about appointments to a committee. The power to do that is vested in the committee chair and the chair of the executive committee and the executive committee. And so the removal of this language, the rationale for doing that is that if you're going to give power to the committee chair and the chair to appoint people to a committee, then they should have the power to do that without needing the LAC to have a meeting and to approve it afterwards. Is there any discussion on this proposal?
And if there's any kind of breaking trend, I would like to speak for this proposal. I think it's valuable to make clear and will codify what is basically might be the existing language, the existence of the language that would be stricken here. Is in contradiction generally with the spirit of the bylaw. Indicates that the appointments must occur at the meeting of the executive committee. And in the case also that the executive committee must approve any appointment to the committee. I believe that would effectively be considered as a moving authority, state board chair or the committee chair to any of the committee. So my understanding, the result that the meetings to the executive committee, state board chair or the committee chair would have the authority to appoint members to the main department committees. And it would additionally that in the event that the executive committee is licensed appointment, they would have the authority to override the actions of the executive chair. So that's the finding not to vote to pop up and improve the clarity of our rights.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, we will vote on this. I'm going to read the final language. Members of the Standing or Special Committee, except for the Judicial Committee, may be appointed by the Executive by the Committee Chair or by the LPMI. Only voting members of the LPMI shall be eligible to be appointed as members of the Standing Committee. The Executive Committee may fix the maximum size of the committee except for the Judicial Committee. All those in favor of this final language, say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. That very clearly carries. Our next item is to strike the words within 45 days from 6.3. Now, this is the first of 3 different proposals for bylaw 6, Article 6, Section 3. Each of them will be considered separately in order, and then if all of them are accepted, then those 3 changes can all happen independently of each other exclusively.
Request for information, sorry. I can't recall if there were the proposal that amended language also for this one is that later reported.
I don't remember what language exactly.
In our last meeting, we considered additionally another amendment to the same bylaw adding the language and vision to judicial committee to also include and disciplinary relations. I believe we voted to incorporate that, but it's missing. I can see it.
You can grab me my phone. I'll look up the meeting minutes. We're just discussing whether this should be decided on the second table back there. So we can still carry on with this proposal, and then it might be that there was one proposal that was not added here that should have been added, so I'll look at it. In the meantime, we're going to vote on strike within 45 days from 6.3. And so the final language, there's a little bit of language added also. So the final language says, the party shall hold a special convention upon the call. That should not be there, but so within 45 days should not be there. The party shall hold a special convention upon the call of the executive committee or when petitions are submitted by 10% of confirmed membership, specifying the purpose of the special convention. In the event of valid petition is submitted by members of the executive committee must issue a call to convention within 28 days. Any discussion on this?
I'm senior delegate. So to give a little bit, I'm in favor of this proposal and give a little background to the members of the room. This language set in section 6.3 is a holdover from some previous iteration of the bylaws that existed before 2017. So in 2017, or excuse me, backtrack a little further, 2016, Gary Johnson secured primary party, or excuse me, primary access to the Libertarian Party. So we had to change our bylaws to comply with state law. And one of those changes made was to add some of the other sections of the bylaws. This section, 6.3, predated those changes. So with the addition of those other sections of the bylaw, we created a conflict that had to be resolved by the judicial committee over this term and for our commission. So this correction would bring all of our notice requirements of the bylaws together and act harmoniously. So I think it's important. I think we'll avoid it. This change would have avoided some of the issues we saw earlier this year. And I'm very much in favor.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Anytime with, I also speak to this, this is a different consideration. And as previously here, this was a over of the language that is prior to 2017 bylaws, in which we only to be in compliance. So the particular change involved part of that was that we went through having that were open to all members of the party who had been members for a very long time. And we introduced into the process that delegates to today's nominated by the local party. So in doing so, we created an additional vote that has to be completed by our political parties on. And in that process, they are required to schedule and hold a county party convention or affiliate party convention, as well as their notice to their members. So I know for a fact that we have affiliates that have at least they require 2 weeks notice to get into their members to hold their affiliate level. And this language, 45 days, actually rather much better than bylaws. If this language were to be kept, it still would provide a generally unworkable situation to affiliates that have requirements to their membership. Because encourage all of us to not be members. Notice to have members' rights, and having this requirement, of course, is a problem. Very quick turnaround for that. Generally, does not give our affiliates all the time, and we make higher burden on our members to participate. The people benefits to have requirements to be time to make opinions to those individuals. And these will be stated in all the days we have private access for prevention and the workout. So I hope to see the maximum number of people and those events. And I think additionally with this proposal, we could do a additional measure that will put some time or nomination back in addition to a petition for special convention with 28 days of the week, followed by required notice of extent, just for all convention for affiliates. This creates some concerns with the for council items. Leaders that have shown handle items back or good. Corrections, nominations, and to elections regard to nominations of very important for state office.
we've heard multiple times, but so I think we have measures to handle organize this others. We can clear our laws and provide mechanisms to ensure they have lots of other.
Thank you. Well, if there's no further discussion, we'll vote on this. Strike within 45 days from 6 months. All in favor of this new language, say aye. Aye. All against, say nay. Thank you. Our second, so Mr. Chatterton asked if we were missing a proposal in here, and I did find it. It was from our very last meeting, and it's just a small one, and I think it seems most appropriate to plug it at the end of our proposals list. And so we'll vote on that last, and I'll read it out. So our next item is another modification of the 6.3 to replace the language 10% of current membership with 35% of current membership. This raises the petition threshold, increasing the amount of members that must sign a petition for it to be accepted to call a special convention. Discussion?
I think I generally, sorry, I generally agree with this proposal, but I would like to do.
There's an amendment proposal to amend this 25% under the second. Is there any discussion on that matter? There's an amendment to the amendment to 30%. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Before we have further discussion. Waiting for a second. That has been seconded, so now the motion to be considered and discussed is whether to replace 10 with 35 and 35. Wait, I'm getting confused. So it's to be 30% now. That's the current motion to be 30%. Go ahead.
How much is the numbers to 100%?
I guess there's a maximum. I didn't realize, so thanks, Susie. Go ahead.
I just speak in favor of the one
Correct.
I do think that we need to consider all members to increase the threshold because I think this previous 10% is a very low threshold. To gather in the whole market so I think increasing that threshold gets more people to consider actually having a convention. I think it caused a lot of confusion in the party when we had a convention with them. So I do favor the increase.
You do. Okay, thank you.
And just a reminder that we are discussing an amendment to an amendment. So if it fails, the next one to be discussed would be 25% amendment. And I believe 25% is definitely a high enough threshold to meet that it will not be having frivolous conventions. And also point out that having as high a threshold of 35% is exceptionally burdensome Unless you are to mandate participation of the party in disseminating information about the petition, which is a later proposal. But I'd rather nip this in the bud than just have it at 25%, which would be what this falls back to if the proposal to amend and make it 30% fails. Thank you.
Bruce J. Wade from Oakland County. I do support Scotty. I think having a 30 or 35% smells like what the Democrats and Republicans do to their members and to us. And, you know, oh, not people, screw you. And so I do believe 10% might be too low, would be raised up a little bit, and 30 or 35%, but that just speculates in the argument in this. Okay. You want to say that? He was in mind. Okay.
I think that any necessary thresholds, especially consideration, as a major forward in vision that the strong requirement for the community also about petitions and provide funding costs and contact information of the circulator for consideration for that. So without these considerations, we have consideration that we can for that. And I would encourage the body to adopt those two amendments and one other those can consider different thresholds after the discussion.
Also, would continue to speak in favor of that higher threshold. So the whole point of the proposal is to ensure that there is a much stronger consensus in the membership of having a purpose to call a special convention. That means at the 30 or 35, close enough, 1 in 3 members will agree that something is important enough to call the whole party together and act. So having that bar too low means that, and I think it's possible 25 or 20% would be too low, that a minority of the party can call a convention for factional infighting purposes, things that do not necessarily reflect the goals, the core goals and purpose we have as an organization. If 1 in 3 members can sign a petition to call a special convention, that means it's a damn good purpose. It's something we can all unite behind. And so I don't want these things to happen fearlessly. So I would encourage everyone to vote for.
Request for information. Would be myself. Request for information would the membership chair be from the membership? Yeah, committee chair, I believe it's Jeff. Be able to tell us what percentage of the party membership is zero.
If he has that answer, then you can certainly give it.
Presently,
Point of information, I'd also like to note the previous mention before the tensions of the party of the all people to an individual we have in part that is our membership that was at that time. So all this is and lower
Any further discussion? So the motion on the floor is to amend the amendment from 25 to 30%. All those in favor of this amendment to 30%, say aye.
Aye.
And all against, say nay.
Yay.
I'm not sure that it got a majority. Should we do a standing vote? Sorry, it seems pretty close. So all those in favor, please stand. Thank you. And all those against, please stand. Well, it's more clear now. Thank you, sir. Yeah, that's. Yes, thank you. Right. So with the majority, that does pass. And so now we're voting to amend the 35% to 30. Any discussion on that?
I'm ready now to oppose this amendment, and I think if nothing else, the fact that we don't even have 30% of the membership here right now at our regular convention, you can only have for 32 years. People get to know members of the party through activities of the party. And while there are many activities of the party, especially in election, overall, over here, as far as official party event, this would be the biggest one. So, if it's that hard to get that many people to show up here, how much harder is it for someone in a remote part of the state or a few people in a couple of parts of the state find 30% of the members to contact just to see if they're willing to support a petition for special convention? I would say it's exceptionally burdensome. And while there are amendments that would mitigate that vote on after this, those aren't a sure thing. And in light of that, I again urge the body to vote against this motion, this amendment to the body.
I'd like to speak in favor of the number 30% and generally, I'm not overly opposed to any of these numbers. I think Bruce raised it to 1.5%. Does strike me as rather high. 25 or 30 would have been acceptable in my mind. I do not think less than that would be acceptable. To counter Mr. Goldman's point, exceptionally burdensome is the process placed upon the leadership of the party and our volunteer base when a special convention is called for, as was mentioned earlier, factional purposes. Both petitions, which were circulated earlier this year, in my opinion, were very clearly dealing with a factional battle. Both of them resulted in the April 1st special convention becoming mandated. And at that point, the signatories to one of those, by and large, did not attend that convention. With respect to the percentage of the overall membership we see here, I would contend that that membership would be considered significantly lower at this point, given so many people seem to have constructive design. So I very much agree that it should be burdensome to force the convention on this party and call upon the time of some of our best volunteers and activists to organize and spend your donations on the conduct of such a convention rather than do the great work of this party. And I'd like to point out I am in part speaking as your secretary now in supporting such a requirement because it has been a burden on my time to organize that particular convention. Taken away time that I could have spent doing other work for you as a party. But I do not magically gain more time in my life when additional requirements are placed upon the leadership of the party. I have so much time to devote to this.
I try to donate or vote more when I can. Once it's used up, it's used up. This is not my day job, I have to look into that as well. So please do support this motion for a higher vote.
I generally support this motion, but I can respect how people are talking about it. So what I want to do is move to postpone consideration of this motion definitely until after the next motion regarding the two-thirds of the effective decision. This would be, because I feel like that would be, that'll give some meaning to the rest. Yeah, let's hold that to after the next consideration.
Second. So to table it until after the next proposal?
Yeah, that way.
Okay. So there's a motion to table this until after the next proposal, so you all have a better idea of where you're at.
Second.
There's a second. Any discussion on that?
This proposal will allow us to consider not under the mechanism to further without addition. This will adopt it and be some of the requirements for that by revisions to further addition.
Thank you. So to clarify, you want to table both the amendment and the proposal, correct? Okay.
Whether or not the table, really,
Any discussion?
Yeah, and I think for first of all, point of parliamentary procedure, will we then, after voting on the next proposal, if we get to the point that this motion passes, will it then be voting on the amended version of the proposal? Because I know you see table amendments, but was that amendment still attached?
So the primary amendment is not yet voted on, and so both that and the proposal will have to be voted on.
Thank you. I still support tabling this until after that. It's because a higher threshold becomes less burdensome with other proposals passes. One does affect the other.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll vote now on tabling the amendment and the proposal until after the next proposal. All those in favor of doing that, say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. I believe that's a majority vote, and that carries. So we'll come back to that. But not before we discuss this matter. So the next proposal gives the duty to the LEC to circulate a valid petition with that circulator's consent. So the members of the party can contact the petitioner if they want to sign it. That would make it easier for members to circulate a petition in the future and would avoid any matter where the LEC decides not to, and then there would be a conflict. So our committee thought this was a rather straightforward proposal. Is there any discussion? I guess I will read it first. So the total new language is: the party shall hold a special convention within 45 days on the call, and we did vote to strike that language. So that's no longer in here, actually. But the party shall hold a special convention upon the call of the executive committee or when petitions are submitted by 10%. We're going to vote on that too. Of the current membership, specifying the purpose of the special convention. Unless two-thirds of the executive committee objects, the executive committee shall notify members of special convention petitions and who to contact about
Yes, I support this amendment to our bylaws because it would then allow for the higher threshold without becoming exceptional burdensome to reach people. And with this amendment, I actually be more comfortable. I think many of us be more comfortable with a higher threshold because people, active members, want to look at as much as a notice from the party. Are still not wanting to sign a petition, and obviously they do that. Yeah, and secondly, it will prevent making statements via petition with frivolous matters by having option that's something that would be put nonsense to be voted down by executive committee.
I have a point of order here. The report appears to consider two different versions, so those two different versions of the same. One which has a constitutor, the executive committee shall inform member subject to petition, and will circulate and send contact information to the secretary. The other states just that shall notify members of special petition, contact law. I think the first language, what was adopted by the committee, I think we should generally have that as our first consideration. I think that is also preferable, because it is much more specific in terms and provides for the consent circulator, they want their personal contact information circulator. So we either have a motion to amend that you have that language as a consideration, or you're willing to do that one part forward.
So I'm looking at the meeting minutes, and it does seem to me that the thing we voted on during the meeting was the changes language. The language in green italics in the middle.
Shall inform members of the subject petition.
Yes. Is that what you were saying too?
I believe so. I think that's
Yes.
so. If I understand correctly, you're ruling that's the language currently.
Yes. So the language, I did not read it correctly, but the new language that is added says, unless two-thirds of the executive committee objects, the executive committee shall inform members of the subject of the petition, and with the circulator's consent, the contact information of the circulator.
Fine, Montesino Billy. Very much in favor of this. I mean, already spoken about the other requirements for the higher threshold. I think this is only fair for the LEC. And in the matters that happened this January with the circulation petition, there were some good faith efforts made by the chair to say, under these conditions, we would circulate this petition on your behalf. But the circulators insisted on having some other, let's just say, scandalous statements included with that circulation, which the chair refused to circulate. Whereas this bylaw says the language of this petition shall be circulated, and that is not an opportunity for people to proselytize about the petition that they are pushing. So I think this is good sense and common sense and a fair compromise with the other proposals that we would consider before the director.
Thank you. So if there's no further discussion, we'll vote on this change to 6.3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Thank you. Now we will come back to voting on the amendment and the original proposal. For the last proposal, again, the new language is regarding the percentage of membership that may petition. The amendment being proposed is to change the 35% to 25%. I thought we voted on 30%.
voted on 30, that's.
Oh, now it's 30,
Now it's
okay,
30.
so now 30 is taking place.
No, we,
30 people would be the most. Sure. Now there's 35.
Yes. Thank you for the clarity. We're voting to amend 35 to 30. This is an amended vote. Any discussion?
I move in favor of amendment 30, and actually I'm comfortable amending in favor of the motion after that. Whereas before I thought 30 was overly burdensome with the passage of that other amendment, the bylaws. I think that now 30 is entirely reasonable. 35 is pushing it, but of course now we're quibbling on 5%. But still, I think 30 is a more moderate number, and that's a little less demanding. A lot of people don't read your emails. A lot of people usually pay their dues and go to returning and don't really pay attention to anything else in front of us.
Mr. Chair, I call all questions on the floor.
Do we need to vote?
Yes.
The motion is to call questions.
We would do
There's
this
a
amendment
second.
and proceed right to the people.
So now we'll have a vote to call all questions. All those in favor of doing that, say aye.
Aye.
And all those against, say nay. So yes, we'll call questions now. All those in favor of the 30% amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. Now to vote on the original proposal. All those in favor of adding this language with the number 30%, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. Thank you. Thank you. So our next item of business is to create a new Article 6.4.3 and to shift all further sections of 6.4 down one number. This is new language to insert at 6.4. The new language says, prior to each state convention, the executive committee shall hold an unaffiliated region caucus for the purpose of selecting delegates for the state convention from areas of Michigan that are not represented by any affiliated regions. The caucuses shall be held for each unaffiliated region and may be done by electronic media. Each unaffiliated region shall be allotted delegates in the same manner as affiliates and shall be based on the counties that comprise the unaffiliated region as designated by the executive committee. Only members who reside in an unaffiliated region may vote for the delegate selection for that region. So the rationale for this is to make it so that regions which don't have an affiliate may also have delegates to the state convention and be included. Did I get that right?
But as the codification of current practices.
And it codifies current practice. This is what has already been done. And so it seems pretty straightforward. Is there any discussion on that? Go ahead.
Are they just in charge of doing their own processing?
Maybe you can answer that, Andrew.
Would offer rules for amendment. So this is not a specific responsibility for executing that. I think we currently have it done by the executive committee and we're taking consideration by the director.
Yeah, I was
So
just
none
saying.
of them will make
Sure.
Yeah.
say that, you know, I think it'd be a fine idea to have it be something under the, position. And also, you know, one of the questions is how do you have all people in their unincorporated region without the help from the state by city meetings?
So I think, I can offer a vision that was answer the questions. That in addition to the current language, we should consider an addition to the chapter 3 section, which is the grants and duties of the affiliate director, to include, shall also conduct the unaffiliated compliance. And then I think this existing language would be appropriate with that separation.
So there's a motion on the floor to add the duties to the affiliate director to oversee the costs. Second. To implement the costs. And that is second. Six point three is the motion is to also change 6.3 to add the affiliate director duty of overseeing the affiliate, unaffiliated costs. Did you say 6.3 or 6.4?
To clarify, I'm looking for the current bylaws that you consider execution. My intent was to add additionally to the language here for 4.3 that we also include the amendment in chapter 3. I don't know the specific section of chapter 3, but it's a section that describes the position of the first vice chair of the director. Includes the current list of their duties.
3.5. 3.5.
So it is 3.5. So that would then read that the first vice chair shall act as assistant to the chair, shall perform the duties of the chair in her absence. So in the last sentence, we currently have the first vice chair shall also be responsible for considering and make certain that the officers have the necessary information to work effectively in the LPMI. And add that the first vice chair amend that sentence to say, comma, and shall organize the unaffiliated region class.
So the motion on the floor is to create language in 3.5 that the first vice chair shall organize the unaffiliated region class. Did we hear a second yet? There was a second? Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I speak in favor of this motion. A lot of bylaws amendments are about filling gaps and clarifying procedures to avoid conflicts over ambiguities. And I think it's one more clarifying part is entirely appropriate for the affiliated chair to oversee a convention of the unaffiliated, this sort of completing the role of that chair in being involved in the diversity part of the state geographical. So I think it's excellent. I also really request that.
Well, I'd like to let him speak first.
I'm against that amendment because I think it creates another contradiction. Because you have this one saying the executive committee and the other one saying the village director. Why don't you just change 6.4 to say the village director? And then I think that's a contradiction. That's like I'm against that. I don't know. Somebody help me out.
My answer to that, what you are asking, is to say that The amendment is to have the affiliates director organize the end of those reading classes. And this language is to have the LEC hold an unaffiliated reading classes. So the LEC is holding the caucus, the affiliate director shall organize. So it may not actually conflict.
Right, so the whole executive committee is looking at the piece of delegates instead of just having any delegate director of the faculty or.
Yeah, to clarify, I believe it's giving the power to the LEC to hold the caucus, but the affiliate director to organize. So I don't know what all the ramifications of that are, but obviously the LEC would have to vote and the caucus.
I think the bylaws should be on.
Okay. And,
I believe that, first of all, I think you can make other stuff. I was speaking against this proposal and mean that I don't believe this is actually constitute conflict. So the initial amendment is specifying where that responsibility falls within the agreement. But as is the case with everywhere else in the bylaws, any action that is assigned to an operating policy will be action that be a whole. So it's not, I think, in this case, the primary responsibility for the facilities director is they're doing all figured out on behalf of the community. But I think this does indicate that the responsibility for that is on the whole executive committee, and that there is actually not finding.
thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment to create affiliate director with duties in 3.5? Hearing none, we'll vote on it. So all in favor of adding the duties 3.5 to amend? So we're voting on the amendment, not the original. All in favor of that? Say aye. Aye. All against, say nay. So that carries. And now we will have any further discussion on the entire proposal with the amended language in starting 3.5. Hearing none, we'll vote on that. All in favor of adding all of this language, please say aye. All against, say nay. I'm not sure that carries. We need 2/3, right? That sounded like 7 people. Okay, so well, if we could stand. So all in favor, please stand. Maybe I didn't hear you correctly. We're sitting power.
Less enthusiastic.
That's okay. Yeah, that's a lot of people. Okay, good. Thank you. That answers. There's coffee if you want. Where did it go? Somebody stole it.
We got to make sure that that's the first standing.
Oh, and for procedure, please, everyone stand and sit in. I don't know if there was just one person. All right. Nobody stood for that. So, that carries. Thank you. So the next one here, we're just down to the last couple simple ones, and then we have one last one after that. So this one seems pretty simple. It's just adding language that allows the party to call a convention to amend the bylaws of Michigan state law changes to the meaning of the bylaws. If the Michigan law changes, and that changes the meaning of the bylaws. there would be the convention. So this language makes that a procedure for the LLC. Any discussion?
I support this amendment because, and we had language, by the way, similar back before we had primary card status, and then automatically introduced special convention that makes our bylaws do already political status. There may be other less expected changes in election law, and we'd be ready to address those. We're basing our assumption, or we're making bylaw amendments today based on our assumptions about state law. And if those assumptions in the future are wrong, then our bylaws may, in some cases, cripple us and prevent us from being able to we won't have something like this.
Thank you. Well, if there's no further discussion, then we'll vote on this amendment to add 12.2 to the bylaw. All in favor of doing that, please say aye. All against, say nay. Passes. Thank you. Now we have just this last one and then one more after. So this one is to create 13. Sorry, I think it's amendment. Yes, it's changing 13 to fix a grammatical error as well as to implement something new. So the rationale for this is, and I proposed this in committee, I just found a grammatical error that I didn't like, and I wanted to change. And in addition to that, it adds this language at the bottom to not give any administrative access to certain online social media accounts to any unauthorized person. I think that's already something that's included when people sign an NDA for access to the CRM, for instance. But this will put it into the bylaws so that it's part of there. And that's the rationale there. So the final language, it says the party does not support or endorse candidates, but the parties for giving them access to no unless contact information or administrative access to online social media accounts and the party for use with their campaign, nor give any to any unauthorized person. Any discussion on this one? I didn't hear you, sorry. The question is whether or not there's a definition of authorized person. I'm not an expert in that. Perhaps Andrew can answer that question.
As part of the information, different research started as a mechanisms of line authorization to that. As Mr. Young mentioned, the case for contact information membership is by the party, in which is mediated and not for agreement or signed and access to information, which is starting to use. Other items such as social media things set up by engineers.
So it seems the answer is that authorization is when people are appointed by the LLC or sign an NDA that they're authorized. Any other discussion on that? Chris?
If the bylaws provide provision for
Right, so authorization would also include officer roles as described in the bylaws. So those people would be authorized.
Yeah, I would like you to move to strike the two words unauthorized person and replace those two words with persons not authorized by the party.
There's a motion to amend on the floor. We have any discussion on that? Change the words unauthorized person to persons not authorized by the party. All in favor of that amendment? Say aye.
Aye.
All against, say nay.
Nay.
Seems carried. So the last part would say, nor give these to any persons not authorized by the party. Hearing no further discussion, we'll vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. Thank you. There's one last thing here. So, one thing that did not make it into the packet, but we did vote on it in our last meeting, is to add language to 6.3. Wait, sorry. So this is to add a phrase to 3.14. And the rationale for this is to ensure that authority for disciplinary action is solely in the hands of delegates at convention. So the previous language says members of the standing or special committee, except for the judicial committee, may be appointed by the executive committee. By a committee chair or by a commissioner. All appointments must be approved by the executive committee. Appointments, I think we struck this language already. Approved by the executive committee. Appointments shall be made only by the executive committee. Only voting members of the LPMI shall be eligible for appointments as members of the standing committee. The executive committee may fix the maximum size standing committee except for the judicial committee. So that's the original language. It says except for the judicial committee, the LEC can appoint. The change here would add the phrase for any committee related to disciplinary action. So in a committee related to disciplinary action, the LEC can nominate two appointments. So the final language then says, members of a standing or special committee, except for the judicial committee or any committee related to disciplinary action, may be appointed by the executive committee, by committee chair, or by the LPM chair. Only voting members of the LPM shall be eligible for appointment as members of the standing committee. The executive committee may fix the maximum size of any committee, except for the judicial committee or any committee related to disciplinary action. So this is a somewhat necessary addition to just make sure that any disciplinary action committee is not staffed by the very people that may be discussed. So is there any discussion on this proposal? If not, then we'll vote on it. Go ahead.
In light of a question, just discussed outside, I would offer, statement of clarification about this proposal. And then make kind of so Robert's, rules of order establishes, that this grant, or, the procedure was initiated at our first question for investment committee, which you're from here today. So with this existing bylaw that establishes the right of the executive committee or individual members being featured or the majors, I believe it would be inappropriate for the bodies to modify the members of the committee that is only specifically by the convention of the party in a manner that has to do with disciplinary action, which can affect the rights of members of the party. Since those committees can affect the rights of members, I think it is important that for that specific case, those committees only be allowed to by members of the convention as all the projects, those protections provided.
Thank you. So for clarity, this affects investigatory meetings which are not yet mentioned in this bylaw. We would make that binding for them and any other disciplinary committee. So we'll vote on this. All in favor of this new language, say aye. Aye. All against it. That passes, and thank you very much for participating in the process.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to bring an additional proposal for bylaw amendment on this item. I think it was a couple of it has been a topic of debate for a long time over the acronym of the urban planning. Under our bylaw, that is which I believe is not very specific. There are states that make sense. I would like to see bylaws updated to reflect any case where the acronym is referred and updated to be developed to bring in the use of other states, recognize abbreviation, so that that is.
Okay. Motion is second.
Yeah, I would move to amend this to include a hyphen between LP and MI, and I'll speak to the motion.
Is that a capital line? I just want to make sure it's a capital line. LPMI, all capitals, and then you're trying to amend it to put a hyphen?
Between LP and MI, and I'll speak to it.
All right, so motion is on the floor. And it has been seconded to add a hyphen.
And my reasoning is that if I kept looking at it, a whole bunch of people started using LPMI instead of LPM, which is what we've been calling it. I'm like, what is the LPMI? Is the I for incorporated or something? I just wasn't sure what the I is for. So LPMI sounds like an abbreviation where there's 4 words and 4 letters. If you put a dash here, it'd be more clear if we're talking about the LP of mission.
Maybe, okay. Some concerns. It has been seconded. And, Ryan, you got Daniel?
Yes, Ryan, you the only value. It just kind of looks down the high.
Thank you. Okay, Daniel.
All right, it's the only one I know it is for us. I would like to express my extreme disapproval of both the original motion and especially this. As your secretary,
I've been typing furiously wearing out my keyboard. The first proposal adds one more keystroke to every instance of the abbreviated party. The second proposal turns into 3 keystrokes. I do not have any enough keystrokes for either of these. Therefore, the shall be open. And in the spirit of Comrade Stalin, I am the one taking the notes. It is not it is not whether the votes count. That's the question. It is who counts the votes or who records the minutes. Thank you, Comrade. Now,
That's why we're doing things there. So that is should be pretty straightforward.
okay, thank you.
Yes, Ryan Brennan, Legal Reconciliation. Mr. Chair, a few questions if I would, regarding mine. Do you know what the abbreviation LPMI means?
Okay,
What about LPCO?
Colorado.
LPDE?
Delaware.
Yeah.
It was a question. Okay.
Collins, Oldham County, LPMI is for LP-MI. Just leave it LPMI.
Thank you. I didn't realize this would be the energetic today. So we're discussing the amendment to add a dash.
As your current communications director, all of our social media already says LPMI. This predates my tenure, by the way. So the LPMI and hyperlinks.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Well, then we'll vote on this amendment to add a dash to LPMI. All those in favor of doing that, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. That clearly does not carry. We're back to the original motion to add LPMI instead of LPMI.
I advise to speak against the motion. The abbreviation MI was established by the government. And as a libertarian, I don't give a shit what the government has to say. Historically, the bylaws refer only to the Libertarian Party of Michigan once, and throughout the rest of the bylaws, it's intended to use only the word party with a capital P. Then at one convention, we inadvertently had an amendment to the floor that used LPM, and then we decided, well, let's just put it in there. If we're going to change anything, I'd say put it that way. It's supposed to be with party. You can do whatever abbreviation you feel like as the things change over the years. And there's just no reason to think abbreviations bylaws.
Yes, Ryan Brennan, Legal Reconciliation. Mr. Chair, I don't give a damn what government thinks, and so they just need to come on in.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, as expressed by the comment from the previous speaker. As made clear by the previous speaker, without even an potential action, without the LPM, therefore they're potentially considered as to our partnership with our region forum. So, with that consideration, I think it makes it more clear that regardless of all of the governments that have been establishing that, it's what we use and what we choose to use for our policy consideration, I hope today. Furthermore, it is most common what anyone outside of the region considers referred to. So, keeping it separate or creating confusion, or creating explicit ambiguity, and I think things will be better all the time.
Thank you.
clarify it again, I'll give this term, it's LPMI, LPM to be Maine. And the hell with the government says, if you give a shit what the government says, then go join them and be a state. LPMI.
I think you did speak on the motion.
This is, I'll make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to allow an individual to be 7 times on this.
There's a motion on the floor. And it's been seconded. Did you say second? It has not been seconded. So is there a second for that motion? I don't hear it, but I do have 2 more speakers. I'd just like to give them a chance to speak and then.
Orders are in.
Yes, thank you. So yes, we'll move on. We're on the last question.
Point of order, I do not believe the calling order of the day ceases the rules of table, order of the day that we made, and we'll call all questions on the table on the next item.
Right. Thank you. So that's all we're doing. So all in favor of changing LPM back to LPMI? Changing to LPMI? All in favor say aye. Aye. All against say nay. That final motion, that final proposal carries. Again, thank you very much.
Alright. Thank you everyone very much for the very successful bylaws committee report evaluation. I think that this was extremely important for this party of the whole bylaw. If you guys everyone please come to order. Give a short time more straight that we will begin our officer elections. So first up for that, we will begin our officer elections with the election for chair. Since I will be involved in the election, I would ask our first vice chair, David Evans, to program to chair the chair election. Okay, so on this session, I'll be the officers. If there is not objection, we would like to start our lunch break a little early, and that will allow us to be able to organize for elections. So we're going to shift the other in about 2 minutes, and we'll start our lunch break, and then we our lunch after the meal and the lunch announcements. Once we come back to order, we'll kick things off with teachers, election, clearance, and elections. Second, third. If nobody objects, we're good to go with that. So, if nobody objects, we don't need to. So, hearing no objections, I'll turn it over.
Just a couple lunch announcements. We do have the taco nacho bar coming in, ready to be served at 1. It's going to come in shortly. We do have some lunch activities here on the stage, some speakers and a presentation. So let's plan on starting that at 12:30. Take a break right now. And at 12:30 we'll start with the podcast panel. And then lunch at 1. So Be sure to check out the back tent where there's committee growth activities.
Alright. So we are a few minutes past time to call it order, so with that, 2:05, we'll call this back to order for business. As per convention rules, it would be appropriate for our credentials committee chair to issue an updated credentials report before we continue our business.
We have 47 members voting out the process that is before 2/32 and 7/32. One panel, always check out, so you know there is extra left. But check out, always check. So another thing on the way out, you just want to get these plastic bags back. Keep the
Okay, thank you very much. I think we would vote to make a quick adoption of the updated credentials report. All right, all those in favor of adoption of the updated credentials report, 47 in attendance, 32 2/3, and 24 majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Okay, the updated report is approved. So, as we initially started to before lunch, that will bring us now to our officer elections. So first up will be the election for chair. We'll ask our first vice chair to chair this business.
All right, we're going to open nominations for chair. At this time, please, do you want to use the mic?
I nominate Mike Schwartz from Oakland Valley. I nominate Scotty Bowman.
Nominate Scotty Bowman. Scotty, you accept? Okay, thank you. Any other nominations for chair? Connor?
Connor Thomasino, I nominate Andrew
Not necessary. Do you accept? Accepts. Any more nominations for chair? Mr. Bowman? Mike Saliba. Please hold all your comments. Any other nominations? Do we speak to the nominations first?
I think closing nominations is appropriate, then I've nominated speeches.
We're going to close nominations.
Unless
Any
there's no-
objections? Hearing none. At this time, would the nominees like to speak to their nomination? Scotty, you can start.
Anyone else can also speak if the candidate wishes. No, it's all to offer nomination speech.
I don't really want to be chair, but I feel that I must be chair. This is the Libertarian Party of Michigan,
Yes, it is.
but it's not all of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. It's not even most of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. 2/3 of the active, and by active I mean people who go to conventions and do that kind of thing, members of the Libertarian Party of Michigan aren't here because we don't trust the process of people here. I haven't seen anyone do anything wrong. Well, I've seen one, and leading up to the convention, I haven't seen anyone do anything wrong. But it's a perception, and perceptions are reality in politics. Those people, you need them, and they need you. And maybe most of you don't believe that, and probably most of them don't believe it either. But we need each other. This could be the third largest party in the state, but it's quickly going to obscurity. If there are two slated candidates submitted in 2024, apart from what either what Andrew says, apart from what Mr. Saliba says, apart from what any of them said, history shows that we will lose our ballot access. It is very likely, maybe there's a slim possibility we won't, probably. I'm chair of the ballot access committee, and actually I've been a chair. And I have strong feelings about both of those. Now, with all due respect, Mr. Chatterton, who, like I said, I wasn't even doing any of the bad things people are going to do. But, with all due respect, as long as Andrew Chatterton is chair, the reunification, those people coming back to us, the Libertarian Party of Michigan, as active members, as working side by side, what we did until about a year ago, isn't going to happen. And it was less than a year ago that myself, Mike Saliba, Connor were walking door to door doing the same campaign together. We were a team. It was less than a year ago that Leah and Andrew and I were out there campaigning to get very simple. At least as many votes as we get for Secretary of State. We can do it again. We can be together again. And I'm asking you to vote for me so that I can bring those people back. Thank you.
Andrew, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Alright, so, give everyone a little bit about my background. I joined the Libertarian Party in January 2020. That was the first time I ever entered any substantive political engagement in my life. Since that time, I've gotten involved with a great number of issues, great number of activities, protests, door knocking, outreach, basically almost everything the party has done in that time since January 2020. And almost all of it I've been a part of that. Through that time, I have worked to recruit other members to this party on the basis that when I joined because I was not happy with the action of the Libertarian Party in the past. I joined because I had an explicit goal to change what the Libertarian Party had been doing to that point. When I was reaching out to people to join the party, I reached out and I talked to them about those common agreements about what we wanted to see the party doing, to change in action, to go away from strategies that I think are tried and proven that, we might get a few percent here and there, and we'll have some, good conversations, but they're not moving people. They're not bringing liberty to significant numbers of people. So, through that time, I worked with those people. We organized, we put on events, we organized participation conventions. We worked to promote people who shared that vision for the party into positions of leadership so that we can implement that through the proper rules and processes of the party. So, in the case with the people who are not here today, it's unfortunate that people have chosen not to participate. However, there have been no barriers or burdens to their participation other than those of their own making. We've tried to organize and operate a party according to the rules that we agree on. And if we are not following those rules, there's not a whole lot we can do because we will be constantly locked into struggles such as this, as we have in the past year. My vision for what the party can do is that we can all work together, we can all debate our differences, we have business, we have bylaws, and we have rules of order that tell us how to make decisions on controversial topics. I think we've done a great job today. We've made some great improvements to our bylaws to make that process more well defined. And what I hope that we can do in the future is that when those differences happen, we can debate them out in our meetings, in our conventions, have our vote votes according to those processes that are clearly defined and well known to everyone. And when those decisions are made, that we can either, as a party, the party resources will be invested in those directions towards those activities that are reaching those decisions. And as members of the party, we can take one of three different paths. We can go along with the plan that was adopted by the convention, by the meeting, by the party. We can work on something else. There will be a lot of opportunities. Or if the actions are disagreeable, simply abstain. I think those paths will chart a productive and constructive course for the party. And regardless of our individual disagreements, it will allow us to grow, it will allow us to be successful, it will allow us to get candidates elected, it will allow us to spread the word. So, as I said, when I joined the party, I worked on bringing more people to the party. It's been frequently accused by some people, particularly who are not here today, of simply brainwashing people or just bringing in people to, from the Republican Party to subvert the LP. As I said, though, we sold a vision, and the vision for the party has been a lot of what has been talked about today in our speakers over lunch. Throughout the business, with the considerations of the bylaws for how we want things to move forward, embodying much of what Trevor spoke about from our candidate training perspectives. Much about what Jesse talked about, and working with coalitions, with groups that the LP hasn't traditionally reached out to, shares huge common ground. One of the core elements that I support that drew me to the Mises topics, which I got involved through, has been vilified and demonized throughout this last year, unfortunately, and around the attention of the party as some evil organization. One of the things that's drawn me to it so consistently is that it emphasizes that we should work on coalitions. And it's the focus on the platform outside the party, but we should also look at that inside the party. We can have different views and different issues. It doesn't need to send people out to start a new party whose differences exist. We can still have different activities going on inside the party that we can all choose to participate in or not participate in. So, in closing, I would ask that everyone consider the value of that approach, that we can all decide to kind of work toward those issues that are agreed by the party through the proper processes. And I hope to work with, hopefully, to be reelected our other current vice chairs and several other members of the board. I think that we have the opportunity to do a lot of really great things, to work at that local level, to get people elected, to build coalitions and other groups, to work with other parties where our views overlap, to get legislation pushed through in our state legislature, to work on other issues outside of that that we haven't traditionally tackled. So, if you want to do that kind of approach with the party, to work on those issues, to try to build those connections, to build those relationships outside, to bring people into the party, but that's to be a little for me for chairman.
Jim Muller would like to speak about the nomination for next Sunday.
My right today to nominate next Sunday. There's one thing I'm pretty sure all of us in this room agree. There is only one libertarian party in Michigan. The libertarians are in the group of this. It's very strange to want to be a libertarian leader, because libertarians are not followers. As libertarians, I'm always apprehensive of anyone who wants to actually do something, because those are usually want to resolve something. I personally believe the LDC should be a, for lack of a better word, non-political organization. It should be a board that meets 4 times a year, make sure the bills get paid. And if that new LDC, I'll be a better chair than someone who is uncontroversial, doesn't take extreme factionalism, someone like a Jim Young or Larry Schwartz. But at this point, something else that both of us think that we can figure out. have libertarians suing other libertarians and spending a lot of libertarian money to do so. And I believe, voting for Mike, the main reason I would recommend doing so is because Mike's not going to sue Mike. So we want to, regardless, we're going to have to come to some level of arbitration or, trying to figure out how we're going to. Right now, we're on the path of becoming the Socialist Party of Michigan. And I don't mean that by big government economic growth. The Socialist Party of Michigan lost battle axis in the 1920s, 100 years ago. And a lot of that is about factionalism. There went from being a Socialist Party to a Socialist Party USA, and a Socialist Workers' Party, and a Socialist Labor Party, and a Socialist Communist Party. Oh, and guess what? None of them are on the ballot. They all still exist on paper somewhere, and there's like 10 people who say they're not. So at this time, I think it's time for us to say, hey, I don't know how we're going to get through this. I know there's a lot of people spending a lot of money. Currently, this organization is backing the legal fees of an individual who was named in a lawsuit, and this organization is not named in that lawsuit. The corporation is not named. And yet, their legal fees are being funded by our government. And I don't believe it's appropriate to do so. I think it's better if we're going to have to go with anything, we can't just figure out our own. We need to be a libertarian. Libertarians have fought against the state for over 50 years. Don't need to participate in their state voice. If we need to come to something that we can't figure out on our own, we need to be libertarian. We can do our platform use to always call for it. With private binding arbitration. We can find somebody that we can both agree is going to be impartial. And some crazy guy in black background is not going to be it. Please consider voting for my solution.
I'll make one point of order regarding the speech in the call, particularly for private binding arbitration to decide current controversies. Private binding arbitration to determine the conflict of leadership is not permitted under our bylaws. The only processes that are allowed to determine our leadership are those that are outlined in our bylaws, and were exclusively followed by this group. Getting other contending for leadership of the private binding.
Okay, this time we would ask if anybody wants to speak to any of the nominations. I think we should just get going. We are going to talk about that in just a moment. So we, just to say that we have the individuals on the ballot here, it's going to be. Okay, so there can, if anybody wants to speak to NODA, if everybody's under this, all understand that there is none of the above. NOTA, NODA. You can always vote for NODA if you don't like the options that are available. At this time, if anybody would like to speak to NODA, they can at this time. Anybody? Anybody? Then we proceed with the voting. All right? Everybody should have a little ballot. If you are a delegate, say so on your name tag. You have a little ballot in front of you. There's some everywhere. We don't have one up here.
Me first and last.
Whatever is legible and you understand what you're saying. On these TV screens, there might be something typed. take just a moment, and then where are we handing these in? Up top here? Okay, hand them, please hand them in to Connor. We'll take just a moment. back to business, we'd like to get right into the next election as soon as we can. We're going to schedule a meeting. All right, what you got, boys? Drum roll, please. Okay, I'll just say that. Okay, listen up. 35 for Andrew, 5 for Scotty, 4 for Wexleva, 5 for Noda, but there was a total of 49. Oh. There's only 47 delegates. Larry, did you vote? Okay, he's guilty. But it doesn't affect the tally. So we're just going to say, watch him, and we're going to continue. So Andrew won. Okay, and back to the Andrew.
Thank you to everyone for the vote support. I really appreciate it. I look forward to working with everybody in this new job. So, with that, we will move on to our elections for the first vice chair, which is our affiliates program. So I will open the floor for nominations.
I nominate myself.
Okay. For individual nominations, for the second one here. Okay. We have a motion to close nominations. And second, is there any opposition to closing nominations? Mr. Wu? Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, not hearing any objections to closing nominations, nominations are hereby closed. So we will hear the nominating speech from Ms. Davis, and if anyone also wishes to speak for non-development.
Let's just take a vote.
Since the chief of police and federal city has done a great job so far in their plans. You guys all have about the same time.
I'm going to go through the seven rules so that we do not need a super ballot.
Here's the one tentative motion to suspend the rules. Without any objection, we will consider the rules suspended and do a voice vote for this election. Is there any objection that suspension of the rules? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor to elect Ms. Davis as our first vice chair for this director, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. By large majority, Ms. Davis is elected. So that will next bring us to the election for our second vice chair, which is our political director. With that, I will open nominations for the I hear a nomination from Mr. Trevor. Do you accept the nomination? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Nominated.
Lenny Short from Old County. I nominate Scotty Gold. Accept.
Okay, we have a nomination from Mr. Scott Bowman. Is that nominated and seconded. Are there any further nominations for second vice chair for the board? Hearing the motion to close nominations, is there any opposition to closing nominations? All right, so with that, we'll ask to repeat the process from the chair race. Is anyone missing a slip to write their vote on? All right. Those of you that are missing, I think we have some up here. I'm sorry, I forgot an important step as we're getting this ready. We obviously should hear nomination speeches from the candidates. I greatly apologize for that. So if you've already started writing the motion, please maintain the judgment until you're heard from the candidates.
First up, currently acting. I know you are second vice chair. With the record, I'd like to continue that position. I think a lot of you were pretty much everyone was what I've been up to. Other things in the party that I was really excited about, getting out and moving forward. We'll look at it. So, I don't know. What's happening? Like I said earlier, we'll be the best guy out there. Get people together. I think that's an awesome habit. So, what I want to do is, let's see what's next. My big goal of bringing back voices to people we have here at least, and then maybe build on from that. It's going to be harder, but it's okay. Congratulations. However, as second vice chair, I believe would still, for one thing, send a message to those who are absent that, hey, this isn't one monolithic thing, that it's good to have a diverse group of people looking at different candidates. And also, the political director for 2024 is going to have to deal with that scenario I described. Very likely, and I know we got these lawsuits, but if we kind of follow down the train causality, the outcome is not necessarily going to change the fact that we're still going to be in a complicated situation. And I think you need someone with a lot of experience to try to navigate that kind of complication. And a person who is able to connect with the people who aren't here. And a person who is able to recruit candidates who are competent from all parts of the party. And I have experience having been political director. I have shared the the candidate training sessions. I have proven that I know a thing or two about it by getting elected. Not once, but twice in public office. I have participated in the process at different levels. I was a candidate when I was a candidate for Secretary of State. I got going into the important details, which the election. So I feel very ready and confident to be political director. Under the bylaws, we have, by the way, but it doesn't line succession. And so that is talking about the possibility of, for whatever reason, if the future is meant that it could be an institution. So I guess we have to talk that too, regardless of who we vote for. But I think I did a great choice. And I think I'd still be able to play some role in bringing people back to this party and being able to recruit candidates and working out as best we can the complicated situation that may well arise in 2024 when there's a potential new list of candidates with the name of the third party Michigan on that list coming about. All these are critical things that I think are the best person.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak for them? All right. With that, I now will directly ask everyone to gather the ballot. Delegates only, yes.
Everyone's heard their bells in. Speak now, prepare to hold your peace. And we want to witness the counting. How does it feel? We're just waiting for the mail to come in.
she go?
Who, Leah?
Yeah.
I think she gave the gavel back to Andrew.
All right, so with a total of 35 votes for Trevor Step and 12 votes for Scotty Bowman, Trevor Step is elected as the second vice chair. Next up will be the election for the secretary. We get everybody, the chiefs is going to work. We'll get into the secretary election.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I would like to nominate Daniel Animal.
As long as you accept the condition, you must type in your I. Now, do you have any additional nominations for secretary? If there are no additional nominations for secretary, here any requests to suspend the rules to allow election by voice vote? If, so it has been moved and seconded to suspend the rules to allow election by voice vote. Do I hear any objection to that motion? Okay. Was it obvious that the motion for the suspension of the rules? Okay, without objection, the rules are suspended to allow this election to occur by voice vote. So, the vote will consider Dan as the other and none of the above. So, first of all, I will call for all those in favor for Mr. Dan as the new secretary. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. 30 hearing more than 30 over. Mr. Daniel is reelected. All right, and now for the last of our state law positions, we'll move on to the election for the treasurer. He was not able to make it, so the opening nominations, I will put forward Mr. Greg Black as the nominee, who has been acting as a current treasurer. And indicated to me today that despite he did not make it, he would like to receive the position of treasurer. Can we get a second for? All right, so we'll consider Mr. Black as absent nominee. Do we have any other nominations for treasurer? All right, thank you very much. So, any opposition to closing nominations for Mr. Greg Black? And so, procedurally, we'll go through, again, we'll hear motions to suspend rules to allow voice vote. All right, motion and seconded. Is there any opposition to allowing voice vote to suspend rules? Hearing no objection, all those in favor of electing Mr. Greg Black as the treasurer for the term of the executive committee, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. We have a very clearly one on the majority of the room. Mr. Greg Black is elected as the new treasurer. Previously, wish that I would hand off this portion of chairing the meeting to our first vice chair, Mr. Daly, if he's available to come up, to our meeting with our district. It'll be the new districts. Because I don't know which one I'm in. I'm at 2, right? Should be in here. 2. Yeah, that's what the 2 was.
What?
That's what I'm Yeah, what? Skip it. Assistant treasurer.
Assistant treasurer. We have a hard time hearing you from this angle.
Yeah, I don't think we've traditionally done the assistant treasurer at convention before. Is it? Okay. If it is on the agenda, we could do it at the convention. Thank you. I just done the agenda today, so we have slated for to assistant treasurer. Previously filling this position with Corey Hendricks. I'm not sure if she's
I'm ready.
present today to ascertain if she wishes to receive. Is there anyone who wishes to seek the nomination of assistant treasurer? Could Mr. Marhali wish to seek the nomination? Okay, we have a nomination, Mr. Daniel Freeborn Hall.
Nominate,
Sorry, Hendricks, did you speak there to the person for interest? Okay. Sorry, so we also additionally have a nomination for Corey Hendricks. Do we have any additional nominations for the assistant treasurer? Okay. If there's no opposition, I will close the nominations. And we will move to our nomination speeches. So, Mr. Freeman Hall, if you would like to make a nomination speech, you're welcome for 5 minutes. Do you wish to make a nomination speech for yourself?
Mr. President, April speaking. I feel very important that 16 is very well and very much a lot of very both very disappointed about the Democratic as for a place as the assistant secretary as a sitting assistant treasurer, I was working on promote the party in a way that doesn't use reduces the amount of cracking instead of using some other ways to promote the party.
I'll go ahead and speak for Tori. She wasn't able to make it today, but she did express interest in continuing in the role of assistant treasurer. So that's all I have to say about that.
And does anyone wish to speak for nomination? Okay. Hearing none, we will move on now to our vote. If everyone, is anyone missing a ballot to move on? Let's see if you guys actually figure it out. Daniel Freeborn Hall, Corey Heinrich, nothing to go. Alright, so if everyone cast your votes and pass them one of our vote collectors.
Okay, for that too. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna for this. I'm just gonna be down there. If you want to say I have these things, and then I'll talk. I'll talk. I'm gonna be down there to pass these out.
none of the developers in conflicts. So, this story matters, is we have to do this. Okay, colleagues have been looking at that role previously, but now for our district elections, I'll hand the announcements off to Ms. Day for some further instructions.
Okay, at this time, we're going to get in our offices for our districts. On the main tab, you can see a number, whether we're yet, at districts. And we're going to get in order so everybody's going to get together in their own district. And then we're going to
You're gonna head down for your district.
So what we're going to do is we're going to have all these sheets that
Done your reelection.
starting over here with 13. We'll go back. 13, 12, 11, 10, and then we're going to end up back with 1 here. So, I have all these things to hand out, so if you want to come get a sheet from me, come on over. We'll see if we can complete the stats. Anybody in District 5? Anybody in District 5? Anybody in District 10? Okay, keep going. So, get together as a group, decide which of you wants to be a district rep. And then tell your group, and then you guys vote on it. Okay? Any questions? Okay, get started.
everyone's attention, our remaining districts are still working on their district policies. Good luck, Ryan. It looks like everybody is finished with that. If we get everybody outside, please bring it back to the room. And we will start with reporting our. Three? Oh, is it just you?
You do a thumb war with yourself.
Yeah. Split personality. All right. So I think we are completed with all our district offices. So as we shortly done, we'll go through each of the districts, and we will ask the representative from each district to report the results for the selection of their representative. So with that, I will ask for a representative from District 1 to please come forward to the microphone and report the results there.
Yeah.
Do we have a representative from District 2? District 2, nominated myself.
Elected? Yeah.
Next is District 3.
So, after much deliberation, our committee passed, I voted myself,
Congratulations, Mr. Bennett. District 4. Up next is District 5. Do we have anyone here today in District 5? Okay. So the board position for District 5 director will remain at this time. Next up is District 6. We have a representative.
District 6 nominated.
Congratulations. District 7.
District 7 is nominated elected.
All right, District 8 is up next. Did you wish to let yourself as your representative? Congratulations. All right, District 9.
Great, District 9 has elected Daniel Miller to be
All right, District 10 is up next. All right, the District 10 seat shall be vacant. All right, District 11.
District 11, Normal County, biggest affiliate in the state of Michigan. Nominated Jeff Patel and elected him for one vote no. Jeff Patel is our new
District 12, which is my own district, we have elected Mr. Harris for our.
We have nominated and elected Ryan Brennan. All right, so that concludes the election of our executive committee. I look forward to working with everyone in this term, and I hope that we can accomplish a lot moving forward.
Can you let everybody know to stick around for pictures at some point?
As a notice, we'd like to get some pictures once we finish all of our business. So everyone who is going to be close to time, you can try to stick around for a convention picture or one of these. With that said, our next item of business is the election of our judicial committee. That will encompass 3 candidates to be elected. So we will open nominations.
Before we do that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to hear the judicial committee report before we do the elections. I was also 1 a.m. ready, so.
We have a second motion to suspend the rules for judicial committee report. Is there any opposition? All right, hearing none, I welcome Mr. Tomasino, our former judicial committee chair, to give a brief report.
Hey all. The 2021 to 2023 Judicial Committee has been one of the busiest judicial committees that I have seen in the 5 years I've been involved in the Libertarian Party of Michigan. And other more seasoned members have told me that this committee has been called up more than any other JC in decades. Unfortunately, much of these matters have been driven by factional issues and a blatant disregard for our bylaws and processes. Mr. Chatterton appealed the outcomes of the July 9, 2022 candidate nominating convention, citing a lack of notice to conduct a motion of no confidence and hold elections. The Judicial Committee had 4 meetings, 3 of which were intense research and discussions on the language of our bylaws, parliamentary authority, and the briefs submitted by interested parties in the appeal. We held a public hearing where we enabled all parties to argue their cases one way or the other. After this hearing, the committee met, voted to uphold Mr. Chatterton's appeal, and delegated the responsibility of drafting a ruling to myself. Mr. Chatterton was restored as chair, and the elections held on July 9th were ruled out of order. Mr. Roddice delivered a concurring opinion which argued further that Mr. Chatterton was illegally removed with no supporting evidence presented of his alleged breaches of fiduciary duty. I wrote an additional concurring opinion some days later, exploding the fallacious arguments against the Judicial Committee ruling, as well as defending my character. To this appeal, the JC moved to recommend that Roner's, that's Robert's Rules of Order, trial processes, detailed in Section 63, always be observed in matters such as these. The Judicial Committee shortly thereafter considered an appeal that Mr. Ellison wrote while driving his car. His appeal says, Mr. Ellison appealed Mr. Chatterton's refusal at the July 9th convention to consider a motion to amend the bylaws in contravention of the bylaws requirements for notice, amend the agenda in contravention of the bylaws requirements for notice. The Judicial Committee met once and recognized that this appeal was unsupported and made in bad faith, decided not to consider it further. Later in February, Mr. Yao appealed to the JC, citing that because his and Mr. Boren's resignations were not accepted by either the convention body on July 9th or the LEC before or since, that he and Mr. Boren were still the chair and first vice chair. The Judicial There it is. The Judicial Committee met and evaluated this case, noting the circumstances, tone, and lack of citations, and ruled in part the following. The Judicial Committee believes Mr. Yao's resignation in June and failure to understand and uphold the bylaws, breaking the sworn promise to the members at the 2021 convention in which he was elected, constitute a grave breach of fiduciary duty, the consequences of which have plagued the party with exorbitant legal expenses and counterproductive infighting. Furthermore, when we consider that if Mr. Yao sincerely regretted his resignation and wished he were still chair on the grounds on which he appealed, he would have been within his rights to appeal at any point after the July candidate nominating convention. He opted not to, and instead waited 8 months to appeal until well after a previous appeal had restored Mr. Chatterton as chair. It is
clear that Mr. Yao is using this appeal as an opportunity to make a gotcha claim against this judicial committee and the legitimate Libertarian Executive Committee, which is in our view an obvious act of bad faith. It is for these reasons that the Judicial Committee recommends that either the LEC or the delegate body at the regular convention vote to revoke Mr. Yao's lifetime membership. Our society will continue to be plagued by bad faith actors if these people don't face consequences for their action, end quote. Mr. Yao's resignation and appeal are matters of public record to which Mr. Yao signed his own name free of any coercion to do so. Thus, I believe that a trials process is not necessary and that this body has the authority to enact the penalty the Judicial Committee voted to prescribe. The only other consideration would be that Mr. Yao, as damaging as his careless actions have been, still has the right to defend himself to this body. I submit that Mr. Yao should be given notice of a motion to remove his lifetime membership at the next convention. The incoming chair or secretary may add that to the agenda and notify Mr. Yao at their discretion. When the Road Board declared a regular convention on the same day as the special convention on April 1st in Wixom, Mr. Evans appealed the existence of the Road Board, the regular convention that they called, and the controversy of the 45-day versus 60-day notice of the special convention in Wixom. The JC met, conducted a public hearing, and evaluated the merits of Mr. Evans' arguments. The JC chose to uphold Mr. Evans' appeal on the road faction and the fake-ass regular convention that they called, but rejected his appeal to the special convention notice controversy, citing Robert's rules of interpretation. I would like to at this time thank Mr. Evans for the work he put into his appeal to ensure that the party's processes of adjudication are followed. He did this on behalf of the rogue faction who have refused to engage in good faith and were possibly too lazy or inept to come up with argumentation of their own. Mr. Evans also took my feedback on his appeal to heart and submitted thorough and very well-reasoned argumentation. Please clap. Lastly, Ms. Bazuma appealed the disaffiliation of the West Michigan affiliate in April. She did not respond to some constructive feedback I had sent her in regards to the quality of the arguments she was making. Ms. Bazuma also did not schedule a convention of the members of the former West Michigan affiliate to reconsider the matters cited as a reason for their disaffiliation. Lastly, she did not appear at the public hearing the Judicial Committee called to hear her arguments. Arguments made at that hearing by others on her behalf were not found to be compelling enough to overturn the LEC. Ultimately, the JC decided to sustain the LEC's decision to revoke the charter of the West Michigan affiliate. And that concludes all of the appeals the JC considered in their official capacity, but I'd like to take some time that I've gotten word that Mr. Robert Broadus, a member of the present Judicial Committee, is presently in end-of-life care for his terminal case of cancer. And Bob's legal and judiciary experience was invaluable to this committee. And though he is an outspoken firebrand, I hope that you can keep him in your thoughts and prayers and join me in a toast to Mr. Bob Rodis. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. As I believe Mr. Pinconning noted in his report, I believe it would be valuable for the body to consider any action in regard to lifetime membership that's not gone through the necessary process, but that could be pursued in the future if anyone so desires. So, concluding the report, I would open the floor to additional nominations. Open the floor to additional nominations for the Judicial Committee for the next term.
Sorry, folks, I would like to nominate myself and Mr. Evans.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, please take it on. Thank you.
Scotty Bowman, of Wayne County, in the 13th District, and nominate myself.
Thank you so much. Josh, we're going to go first to Mr. I nominate myself. Thank you very much.
Do we have any additional nominations for the judicial committee? All right, with that, I will close nominations. We have seconds for each of the self-nominations for Connor, Scotty, and Josh. All right, I think all of them are second. And Mr. Evans was nominated by Connor, so. All right, with that, hearing over nominations, I will close our nominations. We will have an opportunity for a 5-minute nominating speech from each nominee for their designations. Additionally, if there's any from the above, if anyone wishes to speak.
So I was elected to the judicial committee in 2021, and that happened under some circumstances in which, there were a couple of contentious matters in the Libertarian Party. They were also attacked. But, I got up in front of the body and I asked for some concessions from some other people who were running for office. They were in right now. And asking and demanding that the bylaws be followed and the rights of our membership respected. And later on in that day, when we got to the same point, selecting the judicial committee, I had no intention of running at that time. I was nominated for the board. Person didn't ask me beforehand before they did it. But I accepted it, and I think it's pretty clear that I got a full bylaws to give everyone a shot. And in the time since, some of these appeals, in the work that I've taken as a member of the judicial committee, I believe I follow up on that promise. Especially when it came to the charity, the lawsuit is a very, very controversial matter. And I spent a lot of time in the proceedings leading up to that decision. I think I spent personally at least 50 hours over a couple of weeks between meetings, reading the submissions that all these parties granted, hearing, and then writing the decision. That was probably 20 some odd hours on its own. A lot of work, very intense when I'm called upon. And I believe that every time I've given every interested party an opportunity to defend themselves and argue their case. And while some people may accuse me of being biased, we're being elected here, and I'll tell you every time that my bias towards the bylaws as written and to give everyone an opportunity to defend themselves. So I would be more than happy to be re-elected to the judicial committee. Thank you.
Hey, that's a tough act to follow. I'm Andy, and I have been with the Libertarian Party of Michigan since 2016. Around we give some credit to driving for the better option here. About that time frame. And then in 2017, I was one of the founding members of the Tracer affiliate, along with the Johnson. And I've had some great opportunities working with you folks. Guys have been some great teammates. I've worked on a couple of committees, convention committees, bylaws committees. And in addition to that, I feel 55 years on this blue rock. I've seen some shit, and I feel that those experiences, in my demeanor, I've always felt that I try to be fair-minded to you all. I try to meet all of the people, and I would very appreciate you all.
Before I can speak about this, I didn't want to leave those situations where I was trying to get people opportunity to just be a listener regarding the outcome of the commission. And I was frankly quite upset that Mary was involved in that. And I just, yes, that was a week time because I was literally going to the store in my house, in my car, but I felt somebody had to speak up for the concept, for that ability. And I took it upon myself to do what I could on the fly, without any preparation. I had since finally reached here to do this. Why didn't you show up for your She told me that her dealing with a lot, especially medical problems, with her brother, who was in the hospital at the time, emergency room at the time. So, things are always simple. Moving forward, I have a lot of experience actually with different parts of this department, including in the judicial review process. I actually was a target of judicial review appeal that when I was chair and the convention ended, and I had decided to, or it was near the end, and someone was shouting orders of the day, and we're in the middle of a vote. I wanted to go ahead and do the vote. And because it was like a resolution, I thought it was important, but I didn't follow the process, and I went ahead and it didn't go without having the motions to extend and so forth. I just thought we need to do that first. And it was a deal. And the judicial committee, actually, Mr. Schwartz was on that. He was actually on the committee. Ruled against it. They ruled I was wrong. It was out of order. But the resolution stood anyway, even though it happened out of order, because they had ruled that the convention was closed. And at that point, nothing was going to change with the convention. So historical precedent, I think, has a role to play on the judicial committee. And while that may not be the feeling of other people or the interpretation or understanding of other people, I think it plays a role in my experience with the party over the years. I think it would be an asset to the judicial committee. I just need one out of three people. People who know the rule committee. I think it's important to have a voice that's a little bit different. Not to say there isn't diversity among different people, but they have a significantly different perspective on that committee.
Hello, everybody. I'd just like to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm going to NTU be a technical writer, and I've been on a number of committees. I'm secretary of the municipal libertarian party. So I have some experience on committees and being an officer in various organizations. I consider myself to be a neutral party. I'm from the peninsula, so I actually don't know anybody who gets some conflict down here. We don't have much conflict in the upper peninsula. I don't know why that might be. There's less people. So, I just think of myself as someone who will be fair and impartial. I'm actually a fan of the law that was written correctly, and people voluntarily decide to have law in an area and they should be able to do that. Our society has bylaws and I think they should be definitely able to be held accountable to them in some way. Because if you're not held accountable, then you can just break them in and want. And I don't think that's fair. So, anyways, that's me. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. To go to the residents of LPMI, recognition for their outstanding action over the last couple of years since their foundation in I think 2020. since, decrease in cloud events and Marquette, which they got computer coverage, including the busy season outlet, and the UP for the rally. So, way to go guys there. With that, we have heard all of our things nominated. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on behalf of the above?
All right, as has been said before, usually the judicial committee doesn't do much of anything. Therefore, we probably don't need one. None of the above.
All right, with that, we will begin our ballot for the judicial committee. With this one, it is appropriate that we would ask everyone on their submitted ballots to please write 3 names of the 5 available candidates. Our 4 nominees on site, along with the above. Either you can go over the party and write none of the above, or you can go over any of the candidates. So if you are voting for none of the above, and do vote for additional candidates, you will be considered spoiled. Don't tell me what to do. This is a voluntarily adopted commission rule. So everyone adopted it. Mr. Jacobs, you have a question?
We don't have criteria, just we have to.
Correct, yes, you may write up to 3 choices on your ballot. You can write 1, 2, 3, or 9. One of them above.
All of our nominees on one ballot.
Yes, please. Write your nominee on one ballot, including the choice. So up to 3 candidates. And if you choose none of the above, you may not vote for any of the otherwise, do it.
Josh.
Oh, I got some mail that are coming in. They'll swing it at midnight.
I did want to say, we had our great debate over Scotty on the bylaws committee. After we got Fulmer off the committee, Scotty came around quite well and made some good contributions on it. So.
Really good. I know once his office is going to be like election, he goes 110%.
Indeed.
That's what I hoped that he would come around. But
he's obviously still working in some other directions sometimes, but once we got the, I think, main district kind of off the bylaws at least, he was definitely, I think 2 or 3 of the proposals in the report was.
what's your hands go? I applied for a position on the social media team for the national LP. They formed the research side of things. So it's kind of cool to be doing stuff at the national level.
Yeah, don't want to lose it. Spend a lot of time on that.
No. Well, I consume a shit ton of media. And it's like,
yeah, I think I
throw
saw.
the phone and say, hey, check out this
I saw
article.
they were talking about that in the Morgander's channel that they were sensitive.
I told them I really appreciate it because I know how burned out Connor got, and so to be able to divide the workload between those who run the apps and those who can supply the information. Good idea. I just don't really want to go back to the way things were. It's just like
what's up? It was a national social media.
Pull the Michigan party back. Okay,
take care of it. You say, I fucked up. Now the facts are all out. It's with those skills. I don't see clearly what the reality was.
I think of people like
I'm sorry for what happened. I'd like to. That's got to be your attitude back to something like this. Otherwise, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, and that's why I still take issue with Scotty's definitely not doing that. Like he's, I think, still trying to broker an agreement of capitulation to degrees of what's going on. It's like,
Well,
we're way
no, it could have been a compromise.
I mean, yeah.
They could have, but it wasn't. Right. It wasn't a compromise on offer. We're not going to wait any second longer than we absolutely have to.
Yeah.
And that's that. So, no.
done.
You're not just getting your way. All the shit you've done, you're not just getting your way again. I could not decide. I accept not getting away for any amount of time whatsoever. So I was like, okay, well,
I think
at this point it's like, yeah, you know what? You're telling us that it's either your way or destroy it. Then fine, I'll destroy it. So you're not just going to stay. No.
We will rebuild. Where are we?
And yeah, legal stuff. We will have members like that.
we can talk more about it later on.
We will. We will.
Yeah. It would die if the church was left after. Be dead in a heartbeat. Look at like what the party was doing. I thought about a much more elaborate speech, like talking about all the people that have come in and stuck around, and like have been leading the party since like, you know, half the board is people we recruited in 2020 that are still acting on the board that, you know, were engaged in 2020, got elected in 2021, and you know, have been.
I guess it probably bears mention at some point. This stuff has things a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
Been here today.
100%. Yeah.
Speaking
I mean,
of lacking numbers today, there would have been at least 50% more people here today.
At the very least. 100%. Yeah. I kind of, I think, mentioned that at one point. Yeah, easily. We'd have double the number here if not for the bullshit. Not even considering the people pulling the bullshit. Like, even if every single one of them still stayed home, went to their own conventions, we would still have
Just the people who were turned
double
off from
the
the
number of
drama.
people that would have been here. We just don't want to be part of the drama.
You know, it is what it is, and people will be left over. It's kind of a bummer to think about. 2 years ago, we were staring at a room 4 times the size of the swimming pool casino.
Is that the highest?
By far,
in like 20 years at least.
The biggest in a very long time.
Yeah, it's in the
most
2000s.
expensive.
But we raised more money than in the very we spent way more and we raised way more.
Yeah, we came out with $1,000 in black.
10 almost.
Yes, it's
That's right. Things are 2. I was like, what?
$10,000 in black by the time it's all over. And it cost. What did it cost to put on 20 or 30?
It was about 20.
Cost 20.
Cost about 20. And we raised 30.
Where did you get most of the money from?
We got like authorized for I think like $3 or $4 grand from the board to which went towards buying travel accommodations for guest speakers because that money wasn't obviously raised in advance.
Other than that, though, it's going to be.
And everything else was just self-sustenance.
We had like 30, 25, 30.
A little more probably. I mean, yeah, we raised all the money they squandered.
They would have taken half of it.
Who was the speakers at that time?
Spike Tone,
Carlos,
very sharp.
Very sharp. Georgia guys.
It was like one of the best
Shane
conventions
Hazel.
in the country.
Dude, it was, I think, the best one. And I think it was widely recognized as like the one to be at. And like we had so many people from other states come and buy like full convention packages, and it was not crazy because it was like $170 for the full weekend package. Like we priced it to be as affordable as we could. Like basically, we looked for break-even pricing on what we expected to be here. We greatly outperformed it because we didn't make like in 2022 they priced to like what's the most we can charge. I think.
What was I thinking? You said that guy was Brazil. It was fucking Tasha Cohen was there speaking, and her husband came along too.
And dude, we were planning to do that again this year, if not for all this bullshit. And that was why I wanted to push for a July convention when all this stuff was going down. I said,
Hopefully we
I
can do
am
it that
not
way.
going to accept just unless they can tell us a reason why we should wait or why we should have our convention early. That's like in terms of what's good for the party, and not just because we want it, we demand it. Like I'm not going to capitulate to that.
Do we have a convention next year?
We'll have two
No,
next
there's
year.
two. I mean, there's the two specific conventions actually. There's the national delegate nomination.
Yeah. There's one in the spring to nominate delegates to go to
So
Washington, D.C.
those ones usually though they're much smaller and you want them to be much smaller generally. The haters ran both of them last year, and they tried to make the coup convention like a big barn burner like ours was. And they mostly failed at. I will say to their credit, I think they came out on the black on both of their events.
No, they lost money on one and they made a little more on the other. They came out black overall.
So between the two, they came out like
I think
maybe
one of them,
$1,000
it was like 900 profit between two conventions, so we made 10 grand on one.
Yeah. Well, and to be fair, it's hard to make much money on those ones, but they chose Weber's in Ann Arbor, not a cheap venue for delegate nomination convention. They chose Hayworth.
That was absurdly Holland,
really expensive.
in the holiday weekend.
Yeah, on a holiday weekend. Well, the freaking BMW
I mean,
cheap too.
we
It is nicer than that.
we got lucky in 2020 with Soaring Eagle because of shutdowns and shit. Like,
although yeah, we probably saved a lot.
we probably saved 1 or 2 grand at least on that we would have otherwise had to spend. At least
Still,
2 grand probably. Still would have been a record-setting profit on the convention of at least racing
Although
history.
that was before the price hikes to large part. They were a little bit higher, but it's
all the
way
big
up.
inflation numbers.
Everything is going up.
Nothing. I mean, that was before any substantial inflation.
Yeah,
was
we
going on.
got pretty lucky on pricing there. I think a lot of vendors, that kind of happened with the ACI golf outing too. A lot of vendors almost froze their pricing.
Have we ever done a golf outing? Sponsored golf outing?
That's a good question.
Because I know at the
How
hospital
many
we do
golf
it all.
how many golfers do we have in the party though? I feel like there's not a ton. I mean, I know we have some, but I don't think it's a ton. Like, I'm rating this out at Treetops in 2020. That convention was at Treetops Resort. Due to some accounting fuck ups, they lost our ass on that one.
So it's in the badge, like straight, I get the money back.
I had a buddy
Don't allow them
who
to
would go out of his way not to recycle cans because his statement was, "I refuse to be economically leveraged into recycling.
Well, put them in
If I'm gonna do it, I'll do
put
it
them
in my
in your
own
regular
goodwill."
recycle bin.
That's what I do. I don't return shit, but I put them in my regular recycling.
That's fine, but yeah, put them in recycling.
It's just funny.
You're not a good.
laugh.
Yeah,
I refuse to be
you're not a good guy if you throw away a money. Bad.
He would do that. He would refuse. He would fight
I
people
would-
to stop them from recycling.
Is he
his
religious
cans.
at all? 'Cause he
I don't
scold him.
Sounds like a libertarian.
He's pretty
I refuse to do what you tell me, even if it's for the better, for the good.
See that right just to the level of sin. You're wasting a very valuable beef.
Pretty close to being inspected, I think. No, we're 30 minutes behind. Glad Connor's sticking on being on the.
Oh, we got our results. attention. If you get everybody back to seats, everyone with each other outside, just say that I can't do it. The treasurer will hear those, give us back into things so we can keep schedule pretty well so far today. So with the balance tally, we have our votes in. Connor Montesino has received 32 votes. Andy Evans has received 31. Scott Bowman received 10. Josh Young received 30. Noda received 0. And we have one ballot that was slow. So congratulations to Connor, Andy, and Josh for your elections to the Commissioner. All right. With that, we'll move on now to our platform committee report. As noted in our rule adoption, the platform committee will not, the platform committee report will not feature debate or amendment to the proposals. We will simply hear the proposals and we will be issued to a vote on each item.
Hello, everybody. All right, first platform proposal. This would, the existing language is 1, state government, section 1. We oppose the interventions by the federal government in state, local, or personal affairs that impair regional efforts to secure more liberty. This proposal would strike that impair regional efforts to secure more liberty. The final language will be, we oppose interventions by the federal government in state, local, or personal affairs. The rationale being the elimination of this wording simplifies our position. So we'll proceed straight to a vote. All those in favor of this change, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, raise your hand or say nay. That passes. Thank you very much. Proposal number 2. This is in Article 1, Section 11. The current language, there should be maximum separation of This is a whole new proposal. This would add Article 1, Section 11. There should be maximum separation of legislative, executive, and judicial powers. Oh, sorry, this adds the Oxford comma. So, all those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, raise your hand or say nay. Ayes have it. Proposal number 3. Good. Okay, proposal number 3. This would create a new section 12, foreign policy. Proposed. The American foreign policy should seek an America at peace with the world. Our foreign policy should emphasize defense against attack from abroad and enhance the likelihood of peace by avoiding foreign entanglements, including the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the United Nations. We would end the current U.S. government policy of foreign intervention, including military and economic aid. We recognize the right of all people to resist tyranny and defend themselves and their rights. We condemn the use of force, and especially the use of terrorism against the innocent, regardless of whether such acts are committed by governments or by political or revolutionary groups. The rationale for this being, there was some very recent controversy, this was a year ago when this was written, about a position held by most libertarians because it wasn't in our platform. Most of this language is copied directly from the LP national platform. LPN recently put out a statement calling for the United States to leave NATO, directly calling it a foreign entanglement. It stands to reason we should feel the same way about the damn United Nations. The platform should reflect that stance. All right. All those in favor of the... Yes, Mr. Bowman?
Isn't this already included in Article 3 of our review plan?
No, this is not included in our platform, though our platform does cite that we adopt the platform of the National Libertarian Party. The national platform also does not specifically call out the United Nations and NATO. All right. All those in favor of this motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
No.
Ayes have it. Mr. Patel, do you want to address the vote? Okay, never mind. Okay, proposal 4. So this would add a new plank 2 to Article 7, the economy, and delete current plank 5, and the subsequent planks to be renumbered. The existing language in number 7, economy, section 5, we recognize all mutually agreed upon forms of trade, including but not limited to non-fiat currencies such as precious metals, cryptocurrencies, and bartering. The new language would move this up to section 2 in this article. The proposed language would be number 2. The most critical and universally applicable factor in all economies are the currencies that are used in it. A healthy and stable economy, which benefits all people, be they consumers or producers, cannot exist without the widespread adoption and use of sound currencies. State currency institutions, such as the Federal Reserve System, by their nature debauch and corrupt currency to the advantage of the state and connected elites at the expense of the earnings, savings, and spending power of the masses, and should therefore be abolished. Currency should be adopted without coercion and regulated by the free market. We also call for the abolition of legal tender laws, which coerce people to use a particular currency over others. The rationale being, our platform currently does not have a plank on sound currency and central banking. We believe that this is an important issue to address in our platform and deserving of a standalone plank. Plank 5 becomes superfluous with the adoption of this plank. Now proceed to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it.
I have a point.
Yes.
Just a question on that part. The mandated forms of currency, does that include like government mandates regarding cashless businesses?
Can you be more clear what's
So,
what sentence are you referring to?
So it talks about that the government should enforce use of certain currencies, right? So it's central digital bank currencies, that's like the big one. But it seems that the fad nowadays is big cities like Detroit recently passed an ordinance barring private businesses from declining cash payments, so they're forcing them to accept cash, where some businesses prefer to be cashless. So how does that plan affect that? No, you're not, but I'm just curious. Does it make it better at all?
Without being able to see the language that you were talking about at the Detroit City Pass, I don't really want to comment on it. But that sounds to me like the state is saying, it talks specifically about cash. So, I don't know. I really can't answer that right now, to be honest with you. I would love to see that language when we get the chance. Proposal P5, we'll move on to proposal P5. This would add a new plank 3 to Article 11, healthcare. 3, lowering the costs and improving access to healthcare services and products is critical to saving lives and improving the quality of life for all. It is the government and its numerous regulations on the healthcare industry which keep costs high and restrict access. In addition to the abolition of state licensing of medical professionals, we support the repeal of Certificate of Need requirements, the abolition of tariffs on imported medical goods, and the full implementation of a free market in healthcare. The rationale being, healthcare cost reforms are constantly in mainstream discussion, and our current platform does not fully articulate the libertarian position of reforms for healthcare in particular, and it is important to do so. All right, proceed to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, raise your hand and say nay. That passes. Thank you very much. Proposal 6. This would amend Article 1, Section 7, striking the last sentence, or the last portion of the language, striking the language without the need to pay the state for a stamp of approval. The revised language would read 7. State government should be removed entirely from the licensing process, including but not limited to occupational licensing. It has produced no better results than private licensing and amounts to another tax. For example, marriage licenses are contracts between individuals and should be left to the individuals, their attorneys, and religious officials. The rationale is plain, simplifies and streamlines the platform, as the last phrase is unnecessary and poorly worded. So, proceeding to a vote. All those in favor of this change, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. That passes. Proposal 7, this would be new plank in Article 1, Section 3, and renumber the subsequent sections accordingly. Number 3, provisions in the Michigan State Constitution for state of emergency powers should either be abolished entirely or heavily curtailed. Emergency powers incentivize the governor to grab tremendous powers and to implement draconian measures. These powers have a proven track record of being abused without sufficient regard for the secondary consequences of such actions. No governor should ever be trusted with such authority again. The rationale being to strengthen our platform in the post-COVID era. So we can proceed to a vote. All those in favor of this language, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Good. All right, that passes. Proposal 8. This would be new plank in Article 1, Section 14, or sections. This would be Section 15 and P7 is approved. Which you have. Number 15. The right to work shall not be infringed. We oppose mandatory union membership in all circumstances, as it is a gross violation of the right of the right of association. We further oppose making membership dues tax deductible, which subsidizes union coffers and gives even more incentives for institutional graft. Lastly, all public sector unions should be abolished, as they raise costs to the taxpayers and protect some of the worst public offenders from accountability. With the repeal of right to work, this has become a pertinent matter that was previously removed from the platform because it was deemed no longer relevant. That was when we still had right to work in Michigan law. So, we can proceed to a vote. All those in favor of this language, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
That bill passes. Any objections to that, I would suggest for future platform committees to submit an amendment. Proposal 9, new plank, 10 section, Article 10, Section 5, environment. 5, if there is a climate crisis, no government can be trusted with solving it. Only in a free market can fair and equitable solutions be found. Any impediments to the production of energy, food, or transportation would have dramatic consequences, to say the least, on the cost of living and quality of life of Michiganders. The Green New Deal in particular would also introduce draconian energy regulations, which would dramatically expand state control over private businesses and households. State programs should not consider environmental, social, or governance scores in its policies, and financial partnerships with the entities sponsoring ESG scores should be opposed and disinvested from. The rationale being, our platform does not adequately address mainstream environmental policies. Libertarians must take a strong stand against the popular remedies being imposed upon the people. So, for the vote. All those in favor of this language, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. That carries. That is approved. Proposal number 10. New plank, Article 11, Section 4. Healthcare. 4. In no circumstance shall any government entity mandate a medical procedure, especially vaccinations, as a condition to work, travel, utilize a public service, such as schools, or exercise any right or freedom. Government officials, including school officials, should be liable for damages from the effects of any mandated medical procedure or vaccine. In no circumstance should a public institution, especially schools, aid in securing or providing any medical procedure to a child against the will or without the explicit consent of their parents or caretakers. Rationale being, our platform is silent on mandates and other issues that have come up in some public schools in the country. So, for the vote. All those in favor of this language, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. That carries. Proposal 11. The existing language, this is an amendment to Article 12, secession. The existing language says, we recognize the right to political secession. Exercise of this right, like the exercise of all other rights, does not remove legal and moral obligations not to violate the rights of others. The proposed amendment strikes recognize and replaces it with endorse and adds the following sentence at the end. What government structures that exist should be the smallest, most localized policies possible to better aid true consent of the governed and minimize the impact of heterogeneity on the power dynamics between cultures and communities. The final language would read, we endorse the right to political secession. Exercise this right, like the exercise of all other rights, does not remove legal and moral obligations not to violate the rights of others. What government structures that exist should be the smallest, most localized policies possible to better aid true consent of the governed and minimize the impact of heterogeneity on the power dynamics between cultures and communities. So, we proceed to a vote. All those in favor of this language, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
I think that carries. Proposal 12. This will be Article 10, Section 6, since Proposal 9 is already passed. Article 6, Section 6. We believe the wide-scale implementation of privatized nuclear energy is the best solution to avert a would-be climate crisis and provide for a future of energy abundance and prosperity for all peoples. Thus, we call upon the state legislature to nullify the powers of the federal government's Nuclear Regulatory Commission and allow for the free market implementation, research, and development of innovations which would allow for cheaper, safer, and more sustainable nuclear energy production. Nuclear power can be cheaper and more reliable than renewable energy sources without taking up nearly as much land or mineral resources. We support private nuclear energy at all scales and in all applications for which consumers demand it. And the rationale is, I'm a nuke nerd, and I support adding to our platform. So, all those in favor of this language, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. get a standing vote, just because I would like to count it, just to make sure we have that, meet that 2/3 threshold. So, all those in favor, please stand. Okay, please sit down. Oh, plus. All right, all those opposed, please stand. 9 to 27, the ayes have it. We have completed a platform report, people. Now, I would just like to say someone has already pointed out some syntax errors to me. So I would just like to introduce I don't have language right now, unfortunately, Mr. Secretary, but I would just like to make a compiler's resolution similar to what was passed on the bylaws report earlier today. I'm just going to spitball it to keep up, Mr. Secretary. It's we delegate. Oh, this dude's coming clutch. You're doing a good job, man. You should be reelected or something. He's getting the other language, so I have something to copy shamelessly. Thank you, sir. So I'm going to replace this language with all reference to bylaws with platform. So I'm going to try and read this and keep up with it. So resolved that the committee or officer designated to prepare the true copy of this platform as amended at this meeting be authorized to correct article and section designations, spelling, punctuation, and cross-referencing, and to make and to make other technical and conforming changes as may be necessary to reflect the intent of this meeting in connection with these proposed platform amendments. So, this is a debatable motion at this point. Yes, Mr. Brennan.
Are you saying, Mr. Chair, that we can make a resolution now to avoid the platform meeting in the future and having to deal with this pointless scribble that is correcting any syntax errors in whatever that you're passing today?
Technically, this would only apply when we update the current platform that's displayed on the website. So when whoever it'll probably be updates the platform, I can just go in and change the grammatical syntax errors. Technically, we would have to pass a bylaw implementation to have blanket authorization in the future. But a resolution like this would be in order at every future meeting.
Items relating to these amendments that are non-consequential to the intended meaning of that is passed today.
Is there any other discussion on this resolution? Was it second? Was it? Did I hear?
Second.
Okay, I think you got a second. All right. If there is no other discussion, Mr. Bowman, are you approaching the mic? Okay. All right. If there's no other discussion, and if there are no objections, we'll proceed to a vote on the resolution. All in favor of this resolution, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. All right, the resolution carries. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, upon completion to our platform committee report, that we will listen to our last major item of business. Unfortunately, this is a little bit more contentious item. So Mr. Ryan Roberts will present the findings from the investigatory committee that was established at the Wixom Special Convention. So please bear with us. This is definitely a complicated process. This is a portion of the disciplinary proceedings that were referenced in the earlier bylaws amendments. Anyway, I'll turn it over the floor to Mr. Roberts. Yes, it brought to my attention in light of the nature of the investigatory committee dealing with accusations of misconduct within the party, and protection of the rights of members. This item of business should be done in executive session. So I would ask that, not hearing objection to going into executive session, if we have anyone who is not a delegate, please step into the front of the building and we'll tell them.
If I may, Mr. Chair, any member of the Libertarian Party of Michigan may hear executive session.
Actually, I'm sorry, it's, rules of safety, executive session for a convention is limited to those who are elected delegates of the meeting. So, I apologize for everyone who is not a delegate, which is out into the hallway for this item. And move proceed with the business. So, I hear no objections to that, so, once we have everybody, in recognition of those who did attend today, if they are members of the party, you have been considered to adopt additional delegates into the convention, if that was something that the body would like to entertain. So, if I hear a motion, we could consider to add members who are not currently delegates as delegates to the body today. Motion to allow So all those present who are not currently delegates who would like to be considered as delegates participating in this business, please come forward. State party members who are interested to become delegates, we can consider a vote requiring a second against approval.
Requests for information are the people that were going to be voting on approval of, they've been members of the Libertarian Party of Michigan for at least 30 years.
I would ask that for to consider seeking that recognition. I see Mr. Ludlow coming forward. I believe Mr. Ludlow is last member.
Yeah, it's since 1985.
Okay. So I believe we have one person. If anyone can ensure that the people in the hallway have been notified that we will hear the case for approving of the delegates if they are in fact members of the party. Okay. Is there anyone out there who wishes to be considered? I will also note that Mr. Ludlow was omitted from the Wayne County delegation by error. So it was intended that he was seeking the nomination and he was omitted from the report for the state of the second convention. So in light of that, I would but here's a motion to add Mr. Ludlow to the delegation. Second. So moved and seconded. And is there any opposition to add Mr. Ludlow? He also actually participated in the investigatory committee, so I think it would be very appropriate to add it to the delegation. So is there any opposition to adding Mr. Ludlow to the delegation?
I oppose, obviously, the person against it is a great guy, but I just think on principle, it's kind of silly that we've had all these votes, only delegates to vote for all these big positions within the party, and now we're dealing with disciplinary issues, which might be more serious, and he's being admitted for that purpose exclusively. And my understanding is that there were a ton of available delegate spaces, not all of them were filled. And there was ample opportunity for members who wanted to delegate to be delegates. And I think that is unfair as to have a principle for the late admission to participate in this very important process. Again, nothing personal against it, just on principle. I would object.
Mr.
Right, again, we have a delegation. I would say that Mr. Ludlow was omitted on error. I'd say that I would like to never rectify an issue. Regardless of whether or not Mr. Ludlow was able to participate in the ongoing proceedings of the day, if he is able to participate now, and if he is omitted in error, it would be wise, or it would be pertinent to the body's recommendation.
I will point out that it only was brought to my attention that he saw the delegation and it was omitted by Eric, my affiliate. However, during the district conferences, he was not nominated, and
I simply wanted to say that, I feel it was, and I guess it was really up to him or someone else to make the motion, but I really think it was actually a miscarriage of justice that he wasn't admitted, that if we didn't have this vote at the beginning, we're going to have to credential. I realize some of you can make a motion, but, yeah, I clearly, the fact that he didn't get to vote earlier, there's no argument against him having the right to vote now. I personally think he should have been, had his vote before all this. We did. So rather than vote now, just to let him on. Secondly, part of the investigation, I mean, the irony of this, that we didn't get on is outrageous. I mean, it's like, look, me, one of the people that, you know, have been greatly involved with the very people who investigated this, I'm privy to this, but the report isn't. I think that would be very surreal.
If there are, I will recognize, looks like Mr. Patel is the chair of our credentialing and membership committees. I will recognize you to speak if you wish to. Otherwise, I would suppose that unless there are speakers against his seating, we've heard from several in favor after we heard from Mr. Patel. I would only invite a further speaker if they're opposed to his seating after Mr. Patel is Okay. All right. So hearing the discussion, hearing from our credential and membership committee chairs, we'll now move to the vote on adding Mr. Delgado as a delegate. Before we go to the executive session. So all those in favor, should note this does require a 7/8 vote threshold to add a delegate to the delegation. So I'll start off, I think, with a standing vote. So if we've got everyone in favor of Mr. Lowe's motion, please. Okay, and all opposed? Thank you. All those. All right. Seeing no votes against, that is simply no objections to the seating, so Mr. Lowe will be added as a delegate. Thank you very much. We appreciate everyone helping out with this. All right. If we could close the doors for the room just so that we are protecting the representatives to is that schedule? All right. So with that said, I'll turn over the floor to Mr. Ryan.
The activist committee or the activist team too. So if you have some free time, you're not in a position, you don't help any of those things, please reach out to anybody connected. And we have shirts for sale, beautiful shirts, nice shirts there, $20 for a shirt. We have large, medium, small, also suit coats. One of those sharp in your candidate. Or is it any time? Suit coats with fit, and there is a couple of them in the house. Great. And then we can adjourn.
So then, we'll have a very, very short meeting in the board, which is to schedule the next meeting of the business, and then we will say very soon there's no objection to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Hearing no objection to adjourn,